Hello everyone and welcome to my stream today. Pretty excited to get started up here. This stream today is actually pretty timely and pretty important for my own work. I'm kind of guilty of sometimes using streams as a way of doing further research into projects that I'm very interested in. Use it to ask questions, when I find issues. This way I get to put the maintainers on the spot, so to speak. But today we're going to be talking about UnJS, and we're going to have Pooya join us in a few minutes. But right now, we're just going to ramble that preload. So everyone come and say hi in the chat while we start getting started here. Let's go. Hey, good to see the regulars already here. All right. And I probably should tell people that we're live. Less than an hour, yeah. Apparently, let's see here. Let me share my screen. It's been a while. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about this week in JavaScript. There's been a bit later. There's been some good stuff happening, some controversial stuff happening as well. But we're gonna get started here pretty quick. But let's first get people into the stream. Where are we? Where was the stream advertisement? Yeah, here we go. All right. Yeah, people seem pretty hyped about this one. So this should be good. All right. Quote tweet. So how's everyone been? Good long weekend. I've what's it? Twitch TV / seeing a lot of release announcements over the last kind of week or so. People getting geared up for the fall. Oh yeah, you know it's coming, right? Yeah. Hey, Brandon, great to have you here. Core maintainer of Analog, Angular framework built on Vite and built on some of these UnJS libraries we're going to talk about today. Hey, Jessica, good to see you as well. Yeah, we got a lot of people coming in, really stoked about that. Who's Pooya? Yeah, I'm going to let him introduce himself in a few minutes, but he is involved in UnJS, which is, what did I call it? I mean, I think they have their own wording. It's like an ecosystem of open source libraries following very much the Unix philosophy. I think I'm taking that right off the website. Yeah. I see. First time in a while. Yeah. Honestly, the viewership has been down a little bit this summer. I also took such a long time at those conferences. Like, it felt like it was like 3 months I was away. So hopefully get back in a regular schedule again. So yeah. Oh, hey Greg, you're here too. Yeah. No, this is gonna be a great one today. A lot of topical stuff. Hopefully get into some discussions. I love to hear people's opinions about a lot of these current events as well. And feel free to ask questions during the stream. We'll do our best to answer it. Yeah. Now let's get people going. I hope I got my Twitch right. I'm like the worst at Twitch, which I remind people weekly. Just like I'm the worst at Node. I'm just the worst at tooling. Right. I got it right. Good for me. All right. How are we doing? Yeah, see, there's like no one on Twitch right now. Everyone's on YouTube. Yeah, see, I'm just gonna keep on talking a bit while people actually join on and get past those Twitch pre-rolls, because this is a you got to make sure people are here for this. What are we on? Yeah, no, that is not what UnJS is. All right. Good. We got some people still coming in. I don't know. Nothing excites the open source or tech Twitter like TypeScript. I'm kind of kind of scared to go into that topic later, but I guess everyone's got opinions, right? Oh, there we go. There are people on Twitch. What do you know? Yeah. It took a minute. Yeah. Rewrite in CoffeeScript. CoffeeScript. Yeah, I wonder if DHH would like that, right? He's like the huge Rails fan. I wonder if CoffeeScript was his ideal form of JavaScript, and he's never forgiven the community since. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm somewhat. I love that a lot of people had big takes on it. I did not. I had my usual small TypeScript takes because you know how much I love TypeScript. All right. We have people here now. Okay, so my meandering talking and highlighting people's names in chat has worked. This. Where can I find the TypeScript documentation for Solid? This is a funny one. I'm going to use a minute here while we're doing this pre-roll right now to answer that. The docs have like this really bad pseudo TypeScript throughout, which actually alienated a bunch of people. It's a really weird challenge with docs where you have like some people who want all the examples in TypeScript, some people who want nothing in TypeScript because they can't read it. Like if you go to solidjs.com and go to our the tutorial has TS, but it doesn't use it. But if you go to like the API reference, there's like all this type information and stuff in here. We have a separate guide specifically for TypeScript as well, so that you know people can get more stuff. But this is still not enough for a lot of people. So at least when we talk about docs with Solid.js, the new docs that are work in progress, you can just choose if you prefer JavaScript or prefer TypeScript. Interestingly enough, it looks like it defaults to TypeScript, unless it like remembers your settings, but probably defaults to TypeScript. Defaults to Vue, that can't be right. Let's change this and see if it's like a local store. Yeah, okay, yeah, it just remembers your settings. So yeah, and this way, all the rest of the code examples throughout the docs, wherever there is code examples, will use hopefully TypeScript versus JavaScript. Hopefully. Anyway. Yeah. I know why we're actually here, but I'm just hogging the show here a minute while making sure people are actually going to join on and we don't have Pooya to no audience. Yeah, we're going to have a nice TypeScript discussion later, so let's not worry about that. And let's instead look at what we want to look at today, which is UnJS. And more importantly, we should welcome our guest onto the stream today. So let's welcome Pooya onto the screen today. Here we go. How are you doing?
Hi, Ariane. I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. Thanks for joining me. It's funny because Daniel Rowe came on here to talk to me about Nuxt, I think about a year ago. And he kept on, mentioning UnJS, and I was like, no, whatever. I'm doing my own thing, blah, 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 blah. Just kind of tell me about Nuxt. I want to see, like, I was looking at the high level stuff. I wasn't looking at the lower level stuff. I was just curious about what made people really excited about Nuxt. And he just kept on being like, but there's this UnJS thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, cool. So about Nuxt. And a year later, year of trial and error and building a whole bunch of stuff ourselves, I came back around and I was like, okay, what is this UnJS thing? But even before we get into that, how about you start by introducing yourself and telling us a little about yourself?
Okay, so that's a hard question. So basically, my name is Pooya. You can read my username as Pi0 because I like Pi number for some reason. Before coming to JavaScript ecosystem, I think I was more backend developer. I was doing some hacking stuff. And at some point back in university, I think almost 6 or 7 years ago, we had some challenges basically to make our tooling, front-end tooling, for our startup. And back in the time, there wasn't enough tooling. I was so new to the JavaScript ecosystem. I think that time was IO.js. I don't know from audience who remembers IO.js disaster, but I remember I started JavaScript with IO.js. And back in the time, I really thought that some toolings are missing. And that was almost the time that I was more interested in the open source development and making some solutions for JavaScript. I was so lucky back in the time because Next.js was a hype, and Sebastian and Alex made a awesome framework called Nuxt, which back in the time I joined with them and I learned a lot about how to involve with the community, how to make great developer experiences. And yeah, it was kind of the beginning of my journey, I think, in this open source.
Yeah, it's just to help me out a bit. You said back at that time a few times. When was that around? Was that 2015, 16?
16, I guess so. And yeah, I remember that back in the time there was a framework called Hack.js. I don't know if anyone remembers it. Now I think the successor is Fastify, kind of. And yeah, I used to make a small SSR framework with some very sophisticated building ecosystem. But yeah, comparing to Nuxt, it was much more elegant, and that was the reason we joined the forces to make Nuxt better. And that's how the story started.
Right. Were you already like doing a lot of open source at that time, or was this kind of your entry into open source?
Well, before that, I was kind of contributing to the React Native ecosystem because I was using it. A little bit also the Laravel ecosystem, but I believe like the starting point for me to be a real open source developer was Vue, because it was so much welcoming ecosystem, and especially with Ivan that invited me to the team. So I had a chance to actually work with real people in open source.
Nice. Yeah, no, Vue community is great. And okay, so you're there, you're interfacing with people, building these little projects, you said off what became Fastify, and then you just found yourself building these pieces. What was that like?
Okay, so the story goes a little bit forward. Back in the time we was making Nuxt, I think one of the problems that we faced very early was the lack of good quality packages in the ecosystem. I remember, I think the first packages was either Consola or Webpack Bar, which are still having a lot of number of downloads in npm. And that was almost the first packages that we started to introduce to Nuxt, but being open to everyone, because having such things like Webpack Bar was going to benefit almost everyone. I even remember back in the time Next.js, for a few versions, I started to use the same Webpack Bar library. For some reason, they ditched it. I never know why. But that was how we started. And also the Consola package, which was a console helper, it was almost entry point for creating smaller packages that can not only benefit Nuxt, but I believe everyone in the JavaScript ecosystem.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So this is just those basically Nuxt. Well, I'm trying to like position it because like you said, Nuxt itself was looking for quality packages, but this was to consume them, to use them, or for like end users to use them. Like, was it about building their own ecosystem, or just that they were like surprised that these pieces were missing?
Okay, I see. Well, basically, yes. Our main goal was the experience of end users. Obviously, for Nuxt user, we wanted something so much elegant, something that works out of the box without configuration, and that was something that was missing in the ecosystem. For example, a Webpack plugin to show basically two parallel sidebars that show your build process. And I think back in the time, the reason that I had this idea to create separated packages was that sometimes testing to develop something within another meta framework is a disaster. You have to not only test the package that you are making, but so many other factors in putting inside it. But developing them separately was helping to create something isolated, something clean, and then integrate it with the core of Nuxt. That was kind of the reason that we decided to make them separate and then integrate to the core.
Right. So was this? I mean, you said this is fast forwarding a little bit, but like just so I understand, was this during Nuxt 2 time period, or was this part of Nuxt 3? Like what? I'm just trying to pinpoint.
I guess almost by time of Nuxt version 1 or
okay.
0 point something.
Okay, so this was a part of Nuxt right from near the beginning. I did not realize that. Okay, interesting. So at that point, you pulled out a few of these libraries. What were those like? What kind of libraries were those at that time? Like, are any of them still around today?
No, of course. I think they are the ones with like most of the downloads. Over the time, we reiterate over some of them. I can say I rewrote them entirely over the time, but I'm glad that we found the problems that was still, there was problems, there are still the problems, and we needed a perfect solution for them. So the name existed, but we iterated over them and we reimagined how to solve that specific problem. For example, one of the earliest ones was std-env, which today is like an ESM package. It has full TypeScript support. We added more environment proxies to it. But back in the time, it was introduced because we had so many checks in different places to basically check if we are in a testing environment, do we have a console with TTY or not, and they was missing basically. So they still exist. They still are probably the most popular packages from UnJS. And the reason they exist, I think, is Nuxt. Because Nuxt users demanded the best experience, so we made something nice for them, but now they can benefit everyone in the ecosystem.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's interesting and good to know. Yeah, I did not realize that. I guess again, timing wise, this is long before Vite or like that kind of thing. You guys were dealing with, I guess, Webpack builds with Nuxt at that time period, and basically just this gap. Like I didn't even try and like people were bugging me right from I'd say 2017, 18 period about creating a solid meta framework, and I was like, I'm not going to do all that work. Vite was what tipped me on, but you were already like, okay, we're invested, we're doing this. Where's all the pieces that we need? Okay, that gives me a lot of perspective. Yeah, so that's awesome to hear the story that those pieces are still there. When did it become like? Was it always like in an UnJS? Like when did the project sort of get its name or face, so to speak?
Oh, that's super funny because for the whole thing, we over the time we reimagined different names. First, we had two packages. There was in the Nuxt namespace, so there was two of them, and we made more and more of them. And at some point, we decided to move them to a separate namespace because that was the whole collection. I guess the first separate name was Node.js, something like that, because it was inspired from something else. We then renamed it Nuxt Community and Nuxt Country because there was package that was contributed by Nuxt to the ecosystem. And when I started to seriously build Nuxt 3 with the help of the team, we was thinking to have a good branding for it. And back in the time, we was thinking that, okay, what we are making universal JavaScript solutions because that was almost the time that edge workers was being popular. So almost the beginning of the time that Node.js was no longer the dominant runtime outside of browsers. So the name came up with Universal JS with UnJS. I think now it's Unified JS more because we aim to unify everything. But that was the last rebranding for the whole collection name. So it came from different sources. Many people moved their repos to the UnJS collection over the time, but that's the last name. And that's how we came with it during the time of making Nuxt3 back, I
Right.
think, 2 years ago.
Yeah. So Nux 3 was, yeah, because that's around when I first heard about it. That's why I was surprised. Even people apparently very close to the Vue and Nux community were surprised that this really started something as far back as Nux 1. But yeah, when Nux 3, like I'm gathering all through Nux 2, there was this kind of idea of it. But would you say that Nux 3 was when it really kind of like became its own real external identity? Like were other people using these libraries before Nux 3? I mean, some people were, but like in the way that you maybe pictured or intended?
Which ones? You mean Nitro or general in general?
Yeah, the general ones. Like, yeah, I mean, Nitro is obviously, did Nitro, well, I guess I didn't want to jump too far ahead, but we're
No,
also
of
kind
course.
of getting there. When did Nitro show up?
I guess almost 3 years ago. It was basically something interesting because there was an internal team meeting with Nuxt, and it was talking basically about edge workers and how we can support Nuxt for those targets. And I think back in the time I started to make an experiment for Nuxt. I think it was even before Nuxt 3 that we had the initial pieces for Nitro. to somehow make Nuxt to build it and then re-optimize it for the edge workers in an effortless way. And that's how it was started with, as a Nuxt 2 module. And then over the time, we named it first Sigma because it was gathering every source and making it single. So that was the initial code name for Nitro as Sigma, I think, for Nuxt 2, and then re-evolved to Nitro when we was going to make Nuxt 3 more stable, mainly because first we wanted to make everyone able to use Nitro, even if it's not using Nuxt. But more than that, to make sure that we can properly test the core of the server side apart from the Nuxt. Right now, we are running more than 360, I think, tests every time we make a change to Nitro. And yeah, it's going to be super expensive if you want to also make a matrix that also tests over all the Nuxt features. So one of the initiatives of separating was to make sure that we can have an ISO environment, to make sure that the server side is stable, basically.
Right. Okay. So that yeah, I think actually we jumped right into it for a bit there. Just for people who don't know, what is Nitro?
Okay, that's a good question. That's a really good question, and something that I welcome everyone to put a good description for it. So I try to explain it in some way what it does. In some ways, it's a meta framework made for other meta frameworks, like any other tool that we have in UnJS. What it does is that it takes your code, it takes your server-side code, it adds some small, really tiny runtime things to it, basically to support routing, to support a storage layer that works everywhere, not Node, not Coffee Workers, but everywhere. So it just takes care of the conversion for that. It gives you a hot module replacement. It gives you everything that you need to make sure that your code is portable enough, and it converts them to the provider specific version. So in some ways, it's still Sigma. It just gathers all the sources, combines them, adds some runtime logic to them, and makes them ready for production, completely standalone. But you can also use the standalone as a server builder, basically to build any kind of server you want. It could be powered by Express or any other runtime.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So Nitro, which is, I have to admit, one of the packages on JS I'm most excited about, and we're going to talk about and actually dig into a bit later, came around pre Nuxt 3 as a way of trying to address the emerging edge function, server function, kind of serverless environments that are coming out. And yeah, I mean, I guess this was always kind of a bit of the goal, right? Because as you said, Nitro kind of pulled all these pieces together, and yeah, I guess that's when things started kind of really being realized. But you said testing was actually one of the biggest motivators for actually splitting these out into separate packages. I think that's amazing, because honestly, that's what makes these so consumable, I guess I'd say, because then you kind of feel like you can trust in this. So where did I want to go on this next? Yeah, because we got Nitro, which pulls together all these things, and I guess it was obvious when did Nitro ever make it into Nuxt 2, or was it just became like the foundation for Nuxt 3?
It became the foundation for Nuxt 3, but it made first as a Nuxt module. So basically, our first proof of concept, that working proof of concept, was a Nuxt module for Nuxt 2, basically.
Very cool, very cool. Some love from the crowd. Cool how innovation coming out of the Vue helped the whole JS community beat Nitro. Pretty crazy. Yeah, no, those things kind of all step in line. It's interesting because my understanding is that Nuxt 3 didn't, maybe it wasn't, maybe my timing's a little bit off, but like Vite came out, but like Nuxt 3 went ahead, like not just on Vite, like it went ahead, like was it that Nuxt 3 started before Vite came out, or?
We had so many fucking times, funny times, because we started integrating Webpack 5 for Nuxt 2 back in the time when we was planning to make Nuxt 3. And to be honest, Webpack 5 had so many good potentials because they also was working on this lazy compilation idea, which I think we've done it much more perfectly. But so basically, we started experiments with Webpack 5 for Nuxt 3 implementation, and it was always in our plan to support Vite as target. I remember, I think the first attempt was also to support Vite for Nuxt 2, because Nuxt was still depending on the legacy Webpack 4, but architecture of Nuxt is super extendable. Basically, you can touch every part of the framework you want. You can remove the whole builder and replace it with another one using a Nuxt module. And that's how we started experiments with Vite support. And back in the time, there wasn't even server implementation for Vite, so we had to make some really hacky stuff. I remember even Vue plugin didn't have the support for server side, but
Yeah.
that's
V1,
how
yeah.
every program starts. We hack around, we prove something, and then you make it stable. But yeah, it was super fast, and we quickly fell in love with it. I think everyone in the community fell in love with it, and we put a lot of more efforts to make it stable as is today.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, it's interesting because you've been involved with Nuxt project for quite some time, and I guess, had an interest in these pieces that we're talking about, these like the UnJS stuff. How does Nuxt and UnJS fit together today?
Okay, so basically, I think Nuxt is like a meta framework, right? And for a meta framework, I would compare a meta framework to a Linux distribution like Ubuntu. It's a gathering of open source pieces from different places and making the best integration of them. The way I see UnJS is like a supplier. It's a first-class supplier for the Nuxt ecosystem. So basically, every need that we need in Nuxt that is not related to the user land directly, it's more technical, it's a missing piece in the JavaScript ecosystem. We spend some time to basically identify the problem and the need, and we somehow design it in the UnJS ecosystem. And it supplies the Nuxt and the whole community. I think it adds some complexities to the equation, because if you want to explain to someone how Nuxt is working, now it's not just Nuxt and Vue. It's probably like 30 packages behind the scenes. But it gives so much stability over the time, because that was a really good point that you also asked about testing. Every piece in this puzzle, now it's perfectly tested. We don't need to test them using pull request experimental pull request services in Nuxt. We can write extensive amount of tests. We can think about a specific problem in a smaller scope. And then once we was pretty sure that's stable enough, we can introduce it to the upper levels. But as a byproduct, we can also leverage anyone else in the ecosystem. You can create your own distribution, like how many forks we have of Ubuntu, for example. You can create your own distribution out of this ecosystem.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. I mean, I love primitives. I love small single-purpose library pieces working together. I think this is great. And when I guess what I was kind of interested in is because, I mean, this is more of the politics and people side of things, but like, this seems great, but obviously, like, I've seen, maybe not to this extent, but I've seen, other libraries or frameworks or stuff, like they build stuff and they go, well, hey, anyone could use this, and then they might publish a package or talk about publishing a package. It might never happen, might happen, and it's basically at the purview of the driving framework. Like, it's not just the thing that you use to test or dog food out the ideas. It becomes like basically the boss or the driver. That's why I was kind of wondering, like, can you speak a little bit more about the relationship between, like, I think Nuxt the framework, Nuxt the company, and UnJS, like how do they all kind of go together?
Well, that's a tough question. First, something to answer is that I really admire all the team, both Daniel that is leading the Nuxt roadmap, and Sebastian that is now focused on the company. And that I'm now focused on the UnJS. What we, over the years, learned from others and the community was that we could both be good, we could be good billing to the people, we can be open, have an open ecosystem, we can have an open framework, but also have a stable company on top of it. So the relationship is that we give value to users via Nuxtlabs when we can make a commercial product, but we never close the ecosystem. I really wish that Sebastian was also in this chat and we could also explain better. But that's how the relationship works. Instead of just forcing users to use the solution, we open every place, we open every layer. Yet we can still give users the value in any level that they want. If they want to leverage Nuxt, they can directly do. If for some reason they wanted to go smaller and leverage something smaller, they can go. Or if they can go higher and use some products like Next Studio to make your project based on the cloud. But none of them are never meaning to have vendor locked in. Basically, you are free to use whatever you want, but we also give you value through these three different layers. And that's something, to be honest, I'm really proud of today with this separation of concerns, because this is something that I think makes sense for everyone. We give value to users, whatever they want.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because and that clarifies a bit. Because honestly, I'm not that familiar. I think it's Nuxtlabs. Like, I'm not very familiar with what the company side of it was. My understanding when I was talking to Daniel a bunch, he was saying that like Nuxt is kind of like its own kind of open governance model, and it's like fully open source, and it's not like just consumed by this company. It's not like just completely driven by that. And then it was interesting because, as you mentioned, UnJS has also been kind of unrolled from Nuxt itself. So we're Daniel's like the lead on Nuxt, is my understanding. You're the lead on UnJS. I got that right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's the length that we went. Something to add to this, we went even more lengths. In UnJS, we have different maintainers from different backgrounds. They also might be not related to Nuxt. So the governance guide that we ended up finally for UnJS was that we respect every maintainer in UnJS to have their own full freedom. So basically, it's not like because we want something for Nuxt, we would put it through UnJS. All of these are working completely independent, and the maintainers in the UnJS organization also have their own freedom of choice to basically build whatever they feel is beneficial for the ecosystem. But most of the times we end up to leverage everyone else in Nuxt because things are designed to work together perfectly.
Right. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm just gonna pull this up here just to see how obvious. Like, so UnJS, like Nuxt is obviously a framework. It's pulling stuff together, and Nuxtlab has some commercial products built on top of that. But UnJS is a very different kind of setup because like how many repos are in UnJS? I'm just like scrolling, view all repositories. There we go.
Don't ask
Like,
me. Some of them are sometimes really scary to maintain because some of them, one of them is jiti, for example. I don't know if you can find it. It's basically a super fast transformer to support ESM and TypeScript in runtime.
sorry, what are they called?
It's started with JITI.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the second one. And it's powering Tailwind CSS today also for loading configuration. It was something I just found out after I saw a jump in the downloads in the months, and I was super surprised that this happened. I'm pretty sure other libraries here are having some unknown users from popular frameworks, but somehow it's putting so much dangerous for me because just make a simple mistake, everyone's just making some issues. No, it's broken everything. But yeah, I'm also kind of glad that this could be useful for others as well. Something that we made initially for Nuxt to leverage Nuxt users is now open for everyone else.
Yeah, that's I guess that's another interesting part about this, because some of these libraries and these utilities, over time, the platform might get rid of the need for a lot of these tools, but then you have like long-standing projects that don't get the opportunity to change, and then like for how many years later are we maintaining this piece? Because like let's like if you started new today, well, I guess this does also TypeScript, right? So is this like running TypeScript in Node natively? Is that what this is? I'm just...
Yeah, I mean, you would, if you see that header, you can see it's using Babel.
Right.
And yes, and CommonJS. It seems somehow oldish, but something I'm really glad is that how we could make it working and stable. It's basically, we barely need to maintain this one because it was really solid over the time that we made it. And we made a redistribution of Babel that is more efficient than Babel itself. It's super compact. It's less than 1 megabytes, I think. And it basically gives you every opportunity that you need instead of installing like 40 megabytes of some binaries to just support TypeScript.
Have fun with that play on words always.
Oh, sorry, not solid. I mean, in some way it's good. Solid. Made for solid.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is great, but yeah, I mean, I guess I was wondering how you maintain all of these libraries, and the answer is have multiple maintainers kind of working together.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think I'm mostly focusing on these projects on daily basis, like checking, I think, over 200 notifications per day. But I'm super glad that we are shaping a new team. So basically, over the years, we started to grow the ecosystem. When we started Nuxt project, it got much more serious with UnJS project. And back in the time, we was all focusing on developing Nuxt, so we didn't have to shape up a proper team. But once Nuxt was stable, and I'm super thankful for Daniel here because he is really doing great job on Nuxt. This is somehow that gave me the opportunity to focus more on the UnJS. But we are gathering a more bigger team of maintainers to jump in and help us on maintaining these smaller repos inside UnJS. Because if you want to grow, we certainly need to trust on more people, not depend on one person. And that's definitely the goal, to increase the amount of the people in the team to focus on these low-level packages. But as part of this mission, I think one thing that we are focusing is the new website to give people some learning materials, because if you want to have more contributors to the open source ecosystem, we need to teach them what is these libraries, how they work, how you can build something with them. And then when they are familiar with the low level stuff, they can contribute. So one of the initiatives that we have is that we provide more learning materials and developer materials that people can involve more and develop more to the UnJS ecosystem.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I have to admit, there's been a few times I've been like in panel talks with Daniel, and I'll make some off the mark comment about like, oh, it'd be great if we could make this agnostic, but like realistically, no one's going to do that. And then Daniel like very politely puts up his hand and he's like, yeah, we're working on it. We have a library for that. So in his polite British accent or whatnot. So I think it's very cool to actually see this, there, because as some of you know, and I'll probably talk about a bit more in the coming weeks, finding it's a real gift to go out and be looking for certain libraries, to build foundation for a meta framework, and then find that they already exist. So I'm very thankful for the work that you all have been doing, and not just to publish that package because it's convenient. I've noticed a real dedication to just the idea of open source behind this. It's more than, say, what Nuxt just supports today, for example. Because I guess a perfect example of this is, and where I'm thinking that is Nuxt has its own like request response event like object setup, right? Like it's already got its own abstraction for that, and I'm gathering it's built on top of H3, right? But my understanding is like you've recently been adding a bunch of features, including support for like the web response and request objects and readable stream and all that stuff, which I'm not even sure if Nuxt is even using, but it exists in this library.
Yes, indeed. Well, actually, you can leverage it today for any server route. And I think we have to solve some challenges basically for view side to unblock the streaming for SEO headers. But something really beautiful about this, I would say, is that everyone that depending on UnJS ecosystem immediately has the updates. So if we have a future industry, not only Nuxt users, but any other framework, any other user that uses this ecosystem, they can leverage it immediately. They don't need to wait for it, for another iteration, for releases, for collaboration. It's immediately available to everyone. Even this is streaming, even though we don't support it through Vue, you can leverage it today for any other server route or API route.
Yeah. For those not familiar, like H3 is basically like Express, right? App use, you can see it, but then it just works on any serverless environment, right? Like that's the beauty of you just create app, app use, event handler. This is just a string response, but you can also, get fancy. I mean, maybe I'll see this you can return basically any sort of, proxy request. You have so many actual different middleware, Next. Yeah. This reminds me a lot.
Something to add about this, something I was really excited back in the time when I was designing H3. You are completely right. This was basically made to be a replacement for H3. So it went with some lengths that you can basically use H3 Express middleware inside an H3 application right now. Or we could use any NPM packages with H3 in any serverless environment. But something really special I would say about H3 is that it uses composables. Comparing to other more traditional server frameworks, you basically register some plugins that they add you some features, basically application-wide. But it wasn't designed for the era of server workers, because in workers, like clients, the bundle size matters. You cannot just install like 400 megabytes of packages. So these composables are only included bundle only when you need them, but not only when you need them, in the line that you need. If you have a event handler that probably after a condition is required to read the body, it exactly reads it at that point, not earlier.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was the name for this, because another example of this pattern that our TypeScript fanatic friends will be familiar with, and for the exact same use cases. Actually, I'm really excited about this. I don't know if you saw the library Valibot. It's like Zod. It's a validation library, but I'm hoping this gets the idea of composables through. If you've ever seen Zod, it's z dot chaining dot, and that means you have to pull the whole library in. Whereas composables, as you're saying, is like this, where you have like one function that has specific behavior, and then you can import separate functions that have that specific behavior, and they all work together to build the thing, but you only bring in as much as you want. Obviously, Valibot's a huge deal for validation on the client, because this means suddenly you don't need to pull in all like a huge validation library in the browser, which is giant. But this is also important in serverless runtimes with cold start. So it's very cool that H3 is doing this. Like the event handler proxy, it's almost that same, it's that same kind of pattern. Composables. Okay, I hadn't heard that term, but I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think Ivan, you basically made the name when making composables for Vue3. Oh, by the way, something interesting. Another thing in UnJS is unctx. Basically, we support Vue feature called composables for every other framework. That's how we unblocked for Nitro.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so you're saying like the composition API. Yeah, I guess that's good naming. I'd never really thought of it that way. Yeah, makes sense. Obviously, the patterns that were brought to Vue in the composition API are very, very similar to the reactive patterns that were in stuff like Knockout or Solid or whatever previously. And that kind of building up the thing as, primitives, composables, And composition, obviously, is a great name, because composition is actually one of the biggest arguments for that. That's one of the reasons I sometimes get on Svelte's case, because the composition model completely changes from within inside the file to outside the file. Okay, cool. I'll go with that. Composables, like it. Let's see what do we got here. I got some specific questions coming in, but I want to actually we'll get to them when we get to them. I'll loop back over these questions in a few moments, or a few minutes when we get back there. Chaining pattern, SAD library size. Apparently, this is a thing. Is this? I can now port payload to H3 from Express on a worker and have stateless serverless CMS. That sounds pretty awesome. This is very cool. And I guess one of the bases of Nitro. We're gonna get to Nitro, because Nitro is like the thing that I'm actually, as I said, very interested in. But there's a few other of these packages we saw.
I think you can see some of them inside H3. You might think H3 is the smallest unit, but it's not. We have a package inside called Radix3. And it's basically a super efficient router, because you asked about the use cases. I can't name, but that's a super popular football streaming service that is using Radix3 to stream the videos out of the Cloudflare workers right now and apply the routing on each request, on each basically chunk of the frames for each user using this library. And I'm super glad that we could help different people in different companies to leverage these smaller things. So many of them are untold, but yeah, I'm super glad to see such patterns from different people, because some of my friends was asking me about question Radix 3 and just find out that it is being used also for them. But it's also powering the Nuxt, the route rules, every other feature we have in Nitro. So this kind of composition basically lives in across ecosystem in Nuxt and UnJS, that we make small units that they can leverage for different use cases. We just don't make them private for one package.
Yeah, no, this is great. One of the trickiest things about primitive design, generally speaking, is that you are kind of in this place where, like, I always worry about boundaries, because, like, I mean, there's an argument you could just keep on breaking things smaller and smaller, then you don't have to worry about that. But, like, when you put stuff together, sometimes you don't align the pieces properly, or you don't break them in the right place, and then, like, you get stuck with certain like repercussions of those kind of decision points that end up impacting future decisions. Like with UnJS, like there's a lot of library. How did you ever decide like what deserves a library? What like how do you make that distinction, or how like what should be a separate library? What should get added to a library? You know, when to break a library apart? Like I'm guessing Radix like what was first, H3 or Radix 3?
So basically it's 3 because it's a tree. You got the joke? Because it's the structure called Radix 3, so we call it Radix 3. But
Okay. Yeah.
I think the reason is that sometimes we try to think about the bigger picture, about what we are going to make in the next steps. And if it makes to be usable for other packages, we immediately separate it. For the case of Radix 3, there was 2 reasons. First, I wanted to basically just test only the tree matcher, not something that is involving the HTTP matching, because it involves all the Node.js overhead on it. But I wanted to basically benchmark a specific library that is only a tree matcher. But the second part was that we reuse the same Radix tree matcher also for route patterns, which is something separate from the H3. So in Nuxt and Nitro, we have a concept called route rules. Route rules are a pattern that they can map and match a wildcard amount of routes with some rules. For example, we can proxy them, we can add some headers to them, we can add some authentication to them. And our mission was that design an API that is basically compatible with most of the platforms like Vercel and Netlify and Nginx if you want to have self-hosting system. So, I mean, the popular choice for routing is usually regex matchers because they are quite much more powerful. But the consideration for this package was we were basically thinking how we can leverage the most of the ecosystem by making the simplest possible thing. Sometimes when we overcomplicate things, you are completely right. You cannot just make proper decisions how to make sure that they don't break everyone in a small change. How you can make sure that it's compatible for everyone. So for many of these packages, we probably sometimes think for even months. I think I have a project to announce very soon called OnX. It's over a year I'm thinking about it. I have several implementations of it, but we don't release them until we are really sure that they are good primitives for the ecosystem and they are not going to be broken easily.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, it takes time because, as I said, in order to, this might not be as obvious, but in order to come up with the right primitives, you actually have to understand the problem very well, and yeah, that's sometimes more difficult than you might think it is. You know, but yeah, okay. So this was just a case of like you hit the same problem twice, and you're like, okay, or 3 times, and you're like, that's enough to pull it out into its own library. I'm trying to decide if I want to like look at in specific at any of the other UnJS libraries right now. You've got a few of them pinned here. Or if we should stop for a moment, pause, and answer a couple of the questions before I lose track of them. Later, I wanted to get past the more, who are you part before we answered a few of the questions coming in. But yeah, let's answer a couple quick questions right now. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, here's one. I've been spending a lot of time playing around with real-time sync via HTTP2 streaming and JSON patch. I wonder if Nitro allows us to use or configure HTTP2, yeah, via the underlying node implementation.
Okay, that's a good question. No, not at the moment. It's something that we was working with Daniel, I think almost 2 years ago. That's something we experimented back in the time. We plan to support it through listhen, which is another UnJS package. So basically, we want to have the HTTP2 experience from development. But no, it's not having any special implementation for HTTP2 right now. But once we have it, we basically have it for everyone, for every stage.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that's the great thing about this, right? People can like work together towards a solution that hopefully is a general one. Another one. What is the reason benefits to use proxy server provided by UnJS HTTPXY during Nitro Dev server?
Okay, that's a good question because it was something I was working on yesterday. So HTTPXY is basically a rewrite of HTTP-proxy, which is super popular in ecosystem of NPM, but it's not maintained for 3 years. And something interesting, by the way, about this. HTTPXY is a rewrite with TypeScript of the older package. And during the rewrite, I found several problems and bugs that we never found them, and we was always getting reports from users, all thanks to TypeScript. Just shout out to users that just remove TypeScript. It solved the bugs, legacy bugs for us. But yes, talking of the proxy, the way that Nuxt dev server and Nuxt dev server works is that we create a main process and we fork another Node.js process that basically runs it. And Nitro also forks the worker for it. The reason is that this way we can have an isolated environment for development environment, and we can fully reload if we want. We can also apply source maps and any other flags that we want to need. We can avoid memory leaks and any other thing. And in order to have a multi-layer nested setup, that when you start a dev server, it starts another process and you just don't feel it, it just works. For that, we use proxy internally, basically 2 proxies right now. And this proxy just works out of the box. And the other reason for proxy is the HTTPS, because internals of Nitro in development time, they don't need HTTPS. They just have to work together. But in development, you just may need to just run a HTTPS server, which is easy because we can run it on the proxy layer, and then internally we can convert it to the HTTP. That's all the complications.
I'm super stoked there's people like yourself working on this level of problem, because like these kind of requests coming in on these pretty detailed things, I get them fairly often, and I'm like, oh man, I have to stop and actually figure out what the solution is for like how I want to change things so that they architect in a way that support these things. And I'd rather be looking at about anything else. So I'm very thankful for your work here in terms of like, you seem very knowledgeable about this area. You've been working on this for quite some time. It's been what, 6 years, 7 years working on Nuxt at this kind of core level in terms of the getting like all the server pieces working together, right?
Well, I won't take all the credits because it's amazing community and amount of people that are working and involving it. But yeah, I'm super glad and thankful that you're saying that. That's nice of you.
I'd love to get an overview of unplugin. So would I. Can we talk about unplugin for a minute? Because yeah, there's a couple of these packages that I want to take a look at, because they're very, as I said, they're part of those building blocks that kind of go together, and
I can quickly give a quick context and story. So basically, when Anthony joined us, he wanted to basically promote Vite across ecosystem. And the first question and problem that we had was that how we do not duplicate stuff. I mean, if you are going to make and maintain like 2 plugins for Webpack and Vite, it's not practical. We have to just drop one of them. So we came up with this idea, okay, why we cannot just make one and just converse to the different packager? So that's how we built unplugin. And using unplugin, which has, I think, an extensive community, I think it's unplugin-ecosystem, something like that. There are many other plugins that they are working agnostically. So you can use them with same experience for Webpack and Vite.
Yeah.
This way we avoid making duplicate logic for different bundlers.
Right. Okay. So this is the plugin format that is used by Vite. I was always wondering about this. I thought I heard somewhere that this started as an idea from Jason Miller, but from Preact community. But Like, is that the same thing? Like, this is basically that's like basically Rollup had its plugin system essentially, and then I forget what it was. I thought the story was that Jason had maybe it was for what he had that WMR or like thing where he was like tried to universalize it, and then Vite ended up like also doing the same thing, and then like, do you know the story behind this at all?
Sorry for.
For unplugin, like
Yes.
did it like when did the how should I put this, like 425 commits?
Oh, you mean the time when it was introduced?
Because I thought like we 400 commits. So I'm just there's probably like a faster way to do this, but this is
I think you
my
can check npm releases maybe because they give you also the timeline.
okay. So I got to the oldest commit here, July 12th, 2021. But was like the using the rollup style plugin system predates this, right? I think they were.
It definitely predates it because for Nitro and for Nuxt, the way that we write plugins is basically the same as rollup. We use that object syntax. So that's why we base the API based on rollup and convert it to the Webpack. Although it's simpler, the whole logic behind UnJS is to keep things simple. And if you want to choose a format to be mostly compatible with everything, but also usable for everyone else, was to choose the simplest one, which was the rollup interface, which is almost similar to Vite.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought there. I see. So this is like the formalization of something that was already kind of starting to happen in nature out there, anyways. And this is. Yeah. I see. Yeah. So we got basically Vite, Webpack 4, Webpack 5, ES Build, RS Pack thing. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty cool because it does mean that almost every single bundler now can use the same plugin format. Is this used now by these projects, or like did it, like does Vite use unplugin under the hood, or does it just support a very similar like plugin format? I guess is what I'm wondering.
So I think the Vite ecosystem largely is depending on unplugin for many of the plugins that are made for Vite, because as a byproduct, when people make a plugin using unplugin, they not only leverage the Vite ecosystem, but also anyone else that is using
God.
Webpack, for example.
I see. I see what you mean. Like this is a way of authoring the plugin in a single format that can fit into there. So it's not just like, obviously it works with Vite because it's the same as Vite or Rollup more or less, but this actually works, like generates what you need to for Webpack 4 and Webpack 5. Yeah, I got you.
Yes, what Vite uses is for its plugins is unbuild, which is another UnJS project. Unbuild is basically easy peasy builder for your ESM packages, and I was surprised that someone started to add it to the Vite to build the plugins for Vite.
Right. It's also better documented than Vite's plugin system.
It's also Anthony.
Probably spoken by someone with experience wrestling with the Vite documentation at various times. I think that's an interesting thing because I guess with Vite around now, a lot of UnJS's stuff that's in that realm ends up interfacing with it a fair bit. Like what's another one that I thought was interesting? Was it unenv? I find Vite's environment variables really confusing at times, and I was like, Astro made their own kind of thing on top. When I was playing with Astro a bit, I was like, oh, okay, cool. So you just rename them to this. Right now, if you saw start, we have the Vite ones. I think what it comes down to is that there's like the client and the server, and there's the things that get processed at compile time, which Vite cares about, and things that are in runtime on the server, which Vite does not care about. And because like Vite's got like server integrations would leave it really open, but it's not intended or designed to be the full server runtime. So its use cases for environment variables are a little bit different.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, this is another thing. I'm super sad that I used this name. The other one is std-env. I will explain you this one before, just quickly. This is basically, if you can go to the source and the packages, we basically rewrote some part of the Node.js code in a way that it works in the workers. So basically, that is something that recently, I think, runtimes like Dino are doing. But this was our first initiative to make sure that Nuxt works in every place without Node, because we basically rewrote Node here. So that's how you can run H3 and any other Express application in any worker. Because if you go to the node, you can see the modules. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yes. That's how we rewrote all of them. Sometimes it's crazy. Yeah, basically, some of them are mocks because it needs platform support, but some of them are actually working different places, like streaming or request and response. They are fully functional replacement for Node that works.
Okay, I see. So I grabbed the wrong library. This is the one this is actually very cool as well. I was looking for environment variables, but this one actually is the thing that actually makes all the platforms have the same APIs available to them.
Yeah, we call it nodeless because it's without Node.
Yeah. Node async hooks is one that I'm very interested in right now because this was a blocker for me for ages. Because I was like, oh, I'd love to use like async local storage, great way to get the request context into server functions. But then I was like, crap, I can't do that. Only supported in Node. What am I going to do in all these other environments? I got to like find other ways with compilers and try and hack around it to make it work.
Yeah. So something I would suggest you to do is to try to use unctx, because that's the package that we are integrating async local storage right now, but we are collaborating with the runtimes like Cloudflare guys, and also Chrome team that is contact with TC39. They are pushing forward the async hooks API. But if you use unctx, it can handle all the logic behind the scenes. So depending on the platform, it can leverage async local storage or directly async hooks when it's ready to use. So basically, if you migrate to it earlier, you can make sure that as soon as it's ready, you can leverage it, basically.
Right. There's some funny comments from the audience. Is this Bun, rewriting Node? Unbun? Oh, man. Unreact? People are having fun with this. But yeah, no, this is very cool. Crypto, that's another one that basically there's a bunch of these polyfills that I've been writing by hand to kind of work under different environments. And yeah, here they all are. Very cool. What is this? I'll say it for you. Vite is bad at environment variables. Is there anything? I don't think there's anything that solves process and import and meta compatibility. Is that true? Is there anything for environment variables in this?
You can go to the std-env. It is something we basically extracted from some workarounds in Nitro. So basically, it's like a proxy. It tries to use different environments and different uses. And this is one of the libraries I told you that they are iterating over the time. Back in the time, std-env was basically provide these flags, which was really useful for everything in the ecosystem. You wanted to check something. But recently, we added runtime detection for runtime keys and two new features, env and process, which are now abstracted. You can also basically see the implementation because it's not that much cryptic. It's something really simple. It's, I think, less than 100 kilobytes. Basically, what it does is to provide a proxy to use basically the runtime, the most available runtime. So for Vite in development time, you have import meta that we can use. For Dino, we have some strange API for env.to object. But for the rest, we support shims. So if you run a std-env in a browser that is compiled through Vite or any other builder, and it's not providing any dynamic runtime environment variables, it falls back to global list. If you put something to the global, it reads as env. If you write to it, it writes to an internal shim. So we have full read and write functionality in the runtime. You can provide __env, __. So this is how we also worked around with some strange API in Cloudflare workers, because you only have access to the env within a request, which is really limiting. So this extracted from the logic from Nitro in here, and it's basically open for everyone, even if you are not using Nitro. And for the incompatible environments or builders that I hope sometimes soon support import method.env as a first-class citizen, you can pull it and shim it, and basically you can enable the functionality for them. And it's super cheap. It's lightweight proxy.
Yeah. I found the right bit of code here, right? For the new proxy. It's literally a proxy get has set that just wraps this get env call, which then tries to do,
Yes. And to be fair, to mention that you might ask like why I'm calling it every time. Runtimes are to blame, honestly, because Cloudflare, as I mentioned, they only provide you env after some time. I think other runtimes also have different strange behavior. That's why we have to defer this.
Okay.
But yeah, it's pretty much tested and it's used in any other environment, so we can kind of rely on it. It's the best option out there.
Right. Very, very cool. Yeah, I have not had the most fun time with this. I was very confused at first because people were reporting these issues, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought Vite handled this. It's like, Vite did not handle this. And then we started patching env ourselves, and man, I've had a lot of adventures in this, so it's again very cool. As I said, I just should have listened to Daniel a year ago.
There are many cool things. I think you have to just see them. Like Magicast, it was a dream for, I think 3 years ago, I started this called as Paneer because it's easy to work with everything. But finally, Anthony just took lead and make it possible. So the idea behind it is that you load a file, a TypeScript file, and you work on it like you are just editing the code. And you can just serialize it back to the code. So it's just like open the code as a code and then stay with that code.
Gotcha.
And you don't use it.
It's a very simple transform, but how does it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's it's just you're basically thinking that you are editing a JavaScript runtime code. You just push to an array. It's pushing to the AST syntax.
Okay, so yeah, it's an AST. I was wondering what the AST syntax was. Okay. And then you just. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm just trying to.
It is code. You're coding runtime.
Yeah. So like, you could literally have like a function. Could be like blah 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 function, and then parse that, and then replace the function with a different function, and then like I don't know why you do that, but then like basically have an output the code of that new function.
Yeah. Although it preserves the code style automatically for you. So if you use tabs or two spaces, it just preserves it for you. It's just seamless.
This is built on top of Babel, right?
No, we use Babel for AST parser, for TypeScript parser, but it's used Recast.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Recast.
Yeah. By the way, to just mention, Babel has one of the most stable implementations of TypeScript parser. It's not that popular for TypeScript, but even if you check the landing page of TypeScript, they mention Babel because they have a really good AST parser. That's why we use it.
This is the coolest thing about going over UnJS stream, is that there are so many useful things for different people. Like this is a very cool tool.
I'm glad you like it.
I mean, it's hard to picture something simpler for this, for doing very straightforward kind of like little code mod type things where you're like, especially the kind of stuff you might find in like maybe like a Vite plugin or something, where you're just like transforming like a specific like piece or pieces. This isn't like writing solids JSX transform, that's a bit more complicated, but this is this is pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. And I'm not writing JavaScript anymore. I'm writing unJavaScript.
Just to answer, I think we have also more libraries for generating the DTS files.
Yeah. No, this is cool. How many more of these like little miracles are we gonna find in here? Some people pointed me to this one a while ago. What was this? Unhead. This manages like the meta tags at the top of the.
Yes, yes. Basically, we was iterating for I think over a year. Nuxt had its own view meta and view head libraries that was
Yeah.
still back in the time open to everyone. But the core concept was that how we can open it to everyone. Basically, create an API for managing the head that is basically fully integrated for Nuxt, but it also can be used outside of the Nuxt. And the main initiative for that was that in Nitro we could also reuse it somewhere that we are not in the context of view. We are still adding headers for view, but we are not in the context of view. So this library, that's how it was born. And it's now having so many other integrations. So there's also an external package that can generate you some JSON schema. It can have so headers automatically as some canonical shortcuts, but it's basically a head manager with lots of developer experience in addition.
Yeah. I love how all these like visit the document.
Yeah.
Like how many doc sites do you have? I think this is part of probably one of the really cool things about this. It's hard enough sometimes to manage one library and have docs for that, but UnJS seems to have just like doc sites for everything. It's very very helpful.
I think main credit goes to how Nuxt documentation builder works. That's super easy to make docs. And we also have Nuxt Studio, so you don't even need to go to the GitHub to edit something. That's something that makes life easier for everyone.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, one of the interesting things I was looking at Unhead, and I was like, okay, I get that how it would work in the client, let's say, but I was like, SSR is like a whole other level of kind of figuring out how that comes in. But I mean, I guess you just build stuff on top. Yeah, this is. I won't bug you too much more about Unhead at this moment. I'll take that offline. But I've been looking at meta solutions again recently, just because.
Yeah.
I looked at Svelte and was like, wow, this is so easy and simple. I should do that. And then, this came up in a conversation. I'm like, okay, I should check it out.
By the way, some spoilers, because you mentioned the docs and how we can manage this amount of docs. Some other interesting project in UnJS we have is untyped. Back in the time, I made untyped because we had dozens of options just for Nuxt, and we had to also maintain the code for runtime normalization. We had to maintain some code for adding JS docs, and we also had to make a documentation, actually real documentation. There is a playground we can open, and we can see it's more in action. But basically, the idea is that you just write one TypeScript file. It extracts you different kind of things. So we generate types out of it. We generate actually the documentation out of it, which is now in the Nuxt documentation. We plan to use it for H3. And we can also validate in the runtime using JSON schema. And it's all using a loader. So it's just magically working. And I think Jessica is also making something interesting with it, which I can't spoil now. Yeah, as you can see, it's just coming from the code. If you just edit something, if you just edit the default, it just edits the defaults for you and makes a new JSON schema.
I see. You get the schema, you can mess with the schema a bit, have it print out this, have it print out this. Yeah, okay. And then okay.
Indeed. That's how we generate the documentation on the fly for users based on the code.
All right. Very, very cool. It's like I went one step further. Huh. Yeah. I guess that's the other thing. As you start building libraries, you end up finding more use cases and more libraries to kind of help put it all together, right? That's awesome. What was the other? Oh yeah. What did I want to see? Unplugin. There's another one of the. I want to talk about Unstorage for a minute because this was the one that I was like, that's craziness, Daniel, and he was like, we do it. What is Unstorage?
Yeah, it was craziness. Like, I remember back in the time, I live in Amsterdam and I used to smoke a lot of weed. So I was explaining the idea with my friend while I was high, and he was saying, "No way, you cannot make it happen." Yes, some of the ideas that we make are not believable at the beginning. On storage purpose, as you can see in the usage, is to provide the simplest possible storage interface, but make it as much as powerful as you want. So basically, it's platform agnostic. It just works out of the box for any different provider you want. It doesn't need the browser storage or the file system whatnot. The API works similarly for our different providers. And one of the most powerful parts inside Unstorage is that you have Unix-style mounts. So we can combine different storage sources into one source of storage interface. This was really important for us for Nitro because we wanted to provide one simple API that everyone can depend on it. For documentation builder of Nuxt, for example, we have multi-source feature in a way that you can have multiple sources of GitHub repositories or even APIs, and we could just combine them together in a single interface. For the same interface, we also store the caches and we store everything else inside it. And it's just as simple as using one interface.
I love this because have you ever tried to, I mean, you have because you've been working on this in Nuxt, but people think about like when you have examples in a repo, right? Like let's say solid starts repo and you want to pre-generate stuff, from an examples like templates. And the problem is a lot of examples have to be like dirt simple because sure, you can maybe build in some kind of simple JSON data that you put in the example and be like replace with your database of choice or whatever. But like it starts getting kind of really less fun when you realize that example might get deployed to Cloudflare, might get deployed to Node, might do all that. And you end up like either having, the opinionated packages, but like what's a classic one, like Prisma not working on Edge or whatever, like these kind of scenarios. And it's sometimes hard to show the most basic mutation API. Like I want to show off my form posting progressive enhanced feature in the framework. And then you're like, yeah, but I need a backend storage. Like, so our problem was like our Notes app demo or our to-do MVC demo where we wanted to show like this full stack stuff. It's like, what storage do you pick? Like I started actually just like trying something in memory, right? Like just like put a file with an array in it, singleton, and then it updated. But you know what the problem with that is? Stuff like HMR, right? Like you start like refreshing stuff, you do a code change, and now like there's a disconnect between like what's, does the module get reloaded? Do you reset it? And then what's in memory? And like there's you could write to a file, I suppose, but like then wait, FS, well, like there's a whole bunch of these kind of details that suck for these kind of demos. Just having even just one option where you can just go, okay, universal key value. You could, it's no relational database, but like that's enough that you can build all these examples and be confident that you could deploy them anywhere, just as like a proof of a showcase of how certain features of the framework work. It's actually it's pretty cool and pretty important.
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the core concepts that we made it in the first place. So we can enjoy ourselves to create some small to-dos. I think Sebastian has a popular demo with Nuxt that is basically he made a to-do application exactly just on top of Unstorage, nothing else, and it just works everywhere. And yeah, that's exactly the point of having something like this.
The counter is the universal language. So that's how things work, eh? No, okay. So this is very cool. Like I have multiple uses of where I would want to use this right now, even today in this solid start repo, just because of that's like literally I have the file in memory thing and HMR gets kind of messed up. Someone actually asked a question about HMR earlier in the stream and I lost it somewhere. I think they're asking about how server HMR worked. We didn't talk about that yet, did we?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
One question: how much you trust and you love your followers? Because I want to show you a spoiler. Do you love them?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
just 1 second. I can share a spoiler and hide it. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay as long as you're fine with people seeing this,
So we have dozens of packages in UnJS. Some of them are private. This is our next thing to introduce. And it's basically same as Unstorage, but for database. It works everywhere.
There you go. Oh, man.
Just going through the documentation. I hope you keep it private, but it's basically the same idea for it. And yeah, the beautiful of it is that it's fully safe, so you can add any parameters into it. And the plan is to make it also work out of the box for Nitro. So similar to Unstorage, it knows the proper driver to use for the proper deployment target, and you can just switch between them.
I mean, that is awesome. Undata.
Yes, something more awesome about it is I'm not sure if I can show you, but we are working with Sebastian for also having a small ORM inside it. So we can also have typed queries inside this layer. So not only is the unifier sort of small layer of our database, but you can also have your own typed schema on top of it. Also, we can bring on your own integration. So we have some integrations, for example, for Drizzle. You just import it from core. And it just works out of the box for every provider that you need. And it just takes away the configuration. It just works.
Yeah, I mean, sign me up. This is great. I mean, obviously there's like specifics when people get far enough down their rabbit hole, but the thing is like how far that gets you from 0 to something is huge. And I'm gathering the way you're building this is a way that's somewhat extensible, right? Like, this is actually an interesting question, and one that I've always kind of wondered about if it's a philosophical thing or a design kind of thing, is when you have to make something agnostic, you end up, there's like this problem of the lowest common denominator, right? Like, you're like, what are the features that everyone manages, and then I support those. How do you handle the cases where, you know, certain solutions or certain like platforms can do more and other ones can't?
Yeah, that's a very good question, I think. Our first target is to support things in agnostic way and to push the platforms to support it. So even though the platforms do support something, even like Node, we add some polyfills for them, so we can emulate the the thing that is working for them. But I think we are never close. So we have also specific hooks for different platforms. For example, we have event.wait until, which is a close-variant specific API. So basically, we don't block the features from platforms. That's when we don't support them. But we try our best to keep the abstraction and also encourage people to be on the abstraction, because the second that you go to the trap of vendor locked-in, it doesn't matter how awesome it is. You are always locked in. You have to always use their service. It doesn't matter how awesome they are, but they can just change the pricing. You can just want to change this plan.
On the other hand, sometimes the features are what drives it. So it's kind of like, I think at a certain point, like the agnosticism doesn't end up mattering as much. Like, you try to be as an agnostic as you can be. At a certain point, you're shipping a product that you had to make certain decisions that you want to maximize. So I guess the answer is that because everything's modular, there's always the ability to just bail out at a level, and be like, okay, for this thing, I'm all in on Cloudflare. There's no general purpose piece here yet for durable objects or whatever it is, and you're just like, I'm in.
Exactly. Even for Nitro, sorry for interrupting. Just want to mention, even for Nitro, every preset is just a preset for configuration. That's why we call them presets. So if you just want to support a completely different platform in your own specific way, you can just drop it and just add your own template. It just works. So exactly, we advise to use the best practices out of the box, but every possible piece of this puzzle is changeable and customizable. So we never lock the users also to the open source, because open source lock-in is also another kind of lock-in. We don't want to make people addicted to Nitro even. If you want to change it, you can change every part of the core.
That's awesome. Yeah. You just make decisions that work for everyone in all cases. What's so hard about that? Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what's important, to have a realistic outlook on these sort of things. All right, I lost my screen share a bit because I let you share that very awesome spoiler of new stuff coming out. We were just kind of going through a bunch of the kind of libraries. We haven't even touched on, like, oh, here we go, cookies.
What? That's a simple one. Because honestly, it was annoying me a lot, because cookie package is super popular, right? If you want to use cookies, you use npm cookie, right? It's not ESM compatible. It doesn't have types. So it took me, I think, 2 hours to make a compatible package. Now it's ESM friendly, it has types, and we can use it everywhere, and we leverage everyone.
Well, one thing, okay, I was thinking about actually recently was one thing that Remix did that really well, and we ended up like kind of stealing it from them, was they were one of the first that I saw make a session management on top of like the web request response piece. Where does this? Is there an unsession or something? Am I like?
Yes, it's a utility in H3. So basically, we
Okay.
use some commit packages. We encrypt every data in the cookies. I think similar to them. I didn't check, but yes, that's a utility inside H3.
Okay, utility inside of H3. Yeah, I didn't actually. I guess I didn't go to the full H3 docs site. It's the online
Yes,
playground for all of these as well. Like, oh man, let me just go up to the top here. Where's actually does H3 have a docs site?
not yet. We plan to do this in a few weeks because, like I said, we were focused on Nuxt until now. So some of these repos don't have docs yet. There's dozens of them. I
Oh, there it
can
is.
show you. Is there an example?
No, I mean I just found the API reference right
If
here.
you
Session.
find my pull request, if you can find it, I add an example in it. I'm trying to also find you the one in Nuxt because interestingly, everything in Nuxt is also compatible for other platforms. So I shared you a link in StreamYard, and if you can open it.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Not that one. Sorry. Let me find the server piece. Yes, this one.
Okay, so not the one that you got a
The
different
second
one for me.
Yeah, that's the source code for the server part.
Off server. All right, let's pull this over.
So yes, the line 13 is the usage of the composable. You don't leave, that's it. That's how we integrate everything. So it's the utility from H3. You would give it a configuration interface for password, and the other things just work out of the box. When
Right.
you use session, it initializes the session and gives you the context.
Yeah, this has been one of the fun parts. I've been trying to decide what to do here. Yeah, we'll talk about that more later. It's just the composable, the power of this composable approach is that everything is that you have the H3 event, and then
Yeah.
basically all the helpers. It's not event dot blank. You just call a function and pass the event as the first argument. Generally, and like all the APIs are like that like redirect event.
That's going to be away very soon. As soon as we have async context universally, it's basically actually under an experimental flag for Nitro right now. We are just waiting for platforms to be ready. But as soon as it's ready, we just can remove that as well, if that was your question.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But yeah. Yeah, no, what I was thinking about is like if people want to build their own interfaces, it's like they would have to mirror the API calls and then they'd have to basically shim the whole thing up. But I think that's fine. This is just my brain thinking about these pieces going together. Okay, so where was I? Yes. Yeah, okay. So sessions. What other cool stuff should we throw at them? I'm sure Pooya and gang have thought of all of these, but anyone have something that they think is probably in here?
I mean, some of them are some really simple ideas. By the way, Giget, I was going to make a pull request for Solid to change it. Giget is one of the projects here I would like you to see.
Yeah.
Unbuild is also one of the powerful ones. It's basically covering every builder package that we have. All the packages using unbuild. Wheat is also using unbuild. Nuxt is using unbuild. Giget is one of them. Is basically for downloading Git repos. There are so many of them. I think Consola, you should be addicted to it. It's the first time you use it, you would be addicted to it. It's basically a console helper. It's also, I think, first package in this whole thing. It's live today. It's also super compact. It's zero dependency. Super small, but also useful. You can have beautiful consoles.
Yes. Okay. I am a simple box. Consola.box. Nice. That's beautiful.
I also mentioned to the audience, listhen is one of the other packages I think it's funny for people to see. It's listen, but with then.
Okay.
So I have to search for it.
Sorry. NIST.
Listening. But it's not listhen, yes. Because it's promised, right?
Then got you. Okay.
Yes. And it's something really simple. It was the idea that we had a listener in Nuxt, and it wasn't, I think, for me, making sense to be in the source bases of Nuxt because we could extend it a lot. And I'm super glad that we separated it because over the time we added so many features on top of it. Today, we can use listhen even for existing Express applications. And immediately after you install one package, it gives you QR code, it gives you HTTPS support, it gives you tunnel support using Cloudflare workers, it gives you HMR even, also for StackBlitz, and all these developer experience enhancements using a simple package that you can add to your project. It's not locked in at all. You can choose even your server framework, and you just run the command.
What? Sorry. What? I'm trying to follow what this does. This creates an endpoint, or
No, basically, it just starts the listener of your HTTP server application, no matter what is it, but in a much nicer way comparing to Node, because Node just gives you a callback, just show it whatever you like, nothing else, right? So it basically adds all the developer experience package on top of your server with just one command.
Okay.
And there's
So
also a playground you can open and see how it works.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So listen, and then this is the handler. Sorry, I was like handle. Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay. So this is like a very, very quick way to set up a server.
Yeah, and server. And this is also what powers Nitro and Nuxt. We use it for showing the server. And it
Got you.
came with a lot of trial and efforts because we have also two level packages for listening, for getting a port, and it's well tested through with other different platforms and Windows and other environments. So this gives a stable user experience, a solid user experience to users.
Very, very cool. I saw something else while I was scrolling, and it actually reminds someone earlier was asking how you felt about automatic imports, and unimport is not just for Nuxt; it's for everyone, eh?
Yes. It's a package that Anthony basically made because back in the time he had some internal packages we wanted to integrate them well with Nuxt, so we reiterated over using UnJS ecosystem to make a new vision. But yes, it's basically what's powering Nuxt and Nitro, but it's basically used by everyone. It's open to everyone, and it gives the real good developer experience that you don't need to import things and also unimport things when you don't need them anymore. Because usually you end up to use something and your ID just keeps it in top. You forget to add it, remove it back. It just gives one source and one auto discovery source to import things magically from the proper one with type support and everything.
Sorry, this line just made me chuckle.
What? Yes, it works. Yeah, we also have presets for them.
Yeah. Well, so how does this actually work? Is it that like it looks for these symbols in the file and then knows like what to import because of that?
Yeah, exactly. It finds the specific use cases and adds the import using a transform step. So it's also tree shakeable. It's comparing to the global usage, it's fully also performance.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just laughing at someone converting use state calls to use signal calls. Anyway. Yeah. Or yeah. No, I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Fairly straightforward to set up too. Here's a question I have for this, because doesn't Nuxt automatically find other components in the project? Like, how does this work for like dynamic stuff? Like how do you auto import components, for example? Like how would someone approach this so that they could auto import components?
Components is a built-in feature of Nuxt. I think we had it since Nuxt 2 or maybe 1. I don't remember, but it's a separate feature, so it's not part of unimport. It's called component discovery. It works really similar to this, but it's a Vue-specific implementation, so that's why it lives in Nuxt.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's basically the same technique, and I guess for React and solid ecosystem, you probably can depend on unimport for component discovery because they are like more like normal imports, right? You don't need the registry or any other different stuff. Probably it works.
Okay. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, there's just a lot here. I've looked at it briefly before, but I just keep on finding little pieces. Obviously, there's like some of the like core building blocks. Like I'm gathering this is like implementation of fetch that works everywhere. We I guess we might not need something like this coming up. I haven't looked at this yet, but I just
we also have another package for the universal fetch, but it's beyond fetch.
This is super fetch. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of super fetch. So it gives you everything that you miss from normal fetch. We don't like Next override normal fetch, but we give the experience through this layer. First, you don't need that .json every time. I think it's obvious, right? That's a
so instead of patching global fetch, you just have this instead. Okay, I got you. So it's like this kind of level of stuff. It's not for, because I was going to say the polyfill and fetch, days are probably numbered now.
We also have it.
Because Node has it now. I was really excited. Like, actually, what's the LTS schedule here? We got to be getting like releases. No, yeah, we must be getting like, where are we?
We are almost there.
16 is like dead this month.
Well, I mean, we have to wait for platforms. Their teams, I think they respect them. They are working their hardest work, but we have to wait, I think, a few months maybe until we can fully rely on it.
Yeah, 16, end of life, 3 days. 16's not even bad. Like, 16's actually like was the start of the good stuff. Like 14, useless. 16 started to, you started being, you obviously didn't have all the features, but like it started being usable. You had like Node Stream and you could pull stuff in. But like 16's already gone, like in 3 days. And sorry, for me, because of this, the degree of how like this migration has been from like the old Node stuff to the universal stuff. This is like IE 11 going down. So, I mean, maybe not that joyous, but very close. So I am pretty stoked about Node 16 going off, because it's funny. Node, like, did they do this on purpose? It looks like the maintenance window for Node 16 is just surprisingly lower than like all the other ones. They're just like, no, we just want to kill it. Like this is celebration time. As you said, I guess some people have to support it, but like end of life, not like, oh, we'll keep on doing patch release. It's over. It is dead. Anyway. Okay. RIP 16.
Exact times.
3 days. Chopping block. Just auto imports increase unreadability. I mean, it's I guess it's like the TypeScript army. I don't know. What's your personal feeling around auto imports?
Ask me?
Yeah.
I love them.
There you go.
Made a difference in my life. I was a developer. I'm not coming back without auto imports anymore.
There you go. See, yeah, I've been in both environments. Auto imports for the Marco framework. Yeah, there's my weekly Marco plug. Is such a game changer. It's very similar to Vue in that like you have these single file components, and now you're not there's no you don't need to import the other components. They're just there. And in Marco's case, the reactivity is also markup. So their templates are homogeneous. Basically, there's no script or there's no like JS, CSS, HTML sections. The whole thing is just HTML. And because of that, including you can actually nest the reactivity inside the components, inside the elements, and it's fine-grained render, so it doesn't like re-render components. It's all like solid kind of style. You can literally cut and paste the code out, which means that if you have like a component that's getting too big, you just go cut, move it over here, And auto imports is what makes that magical, because suddenly you just like make the file, you call it whatever, new component, cut, paste, new component, and essentially it just all works. It's you edit 2 locations to pull code out. So yeah, I can see on that extreme kind of case. Like from a refactorability point of view, auto imports is what kind of like would enable a system like that to be like basically like drag and drop. I think on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have like the people who really like giant type definition type people where everything's declared. But again, I'm not a stickler on this. I coded in CoffeeScript for years. We didn't even have variable declarations. So you just
Right, they
use.
are fully typed. So auto imports are fully typed, not only fully typed, but also we have typed auto imports coming soon. So I think it's a huge fan for TypeScript lovers.
That's good, yeah, because Solid actually auto imports its control flow components, but then everyone had to import them anyways to get the TypeScript to work.
No, it just works out of the box, all thanks to Daniel's work. Not only that, but I think we have some good opportunities with auto imports, because if, for example, we have something optional with types, global types, you don't know. You cannot just remove some types. If they are global types, they're always there. But with auto imports and generated types, we can control. If something is enabled, we add the type. If it's disabled, we don't add it. So it's also dynamic auto types for users.
Very, very cool. All right. I think we've probably chatted enough about all the cool libraries. I want to unless you got another one for me, but I want to start I want to take a hands-on. I want to use some of this stuff. I want to play with Nitro. Is there anything else we should look at before that? Did we miss any of the cool packages? I mean, there's so many. I guess they're like your babies.
If we go to all of them, yeah, that's a good name. I think C12 is one of the last things, like I love all of them, but C12 I think is something useful, specifically for not only framework others, but if any personal project people have. It's basically a framework for loading configuration and handling all the edge cases and different conventions for loading from an RC file, from loading from global configuration, loading different configurations, even multi-layer configurations, which is some of the powerful APIs in Nuxt. It's coming from C12 package, and I think the last one probably worth to mention.
Sorry, what is it called so I can pull it up?
It's C12. It's like C and 1, 2. It's because it's configuration, right?
There we go, C12.
Just focus.
Yeah. Load configuration, watch configuration. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It supports TypeScript, it supports HMR, it supports basically everything you need for configuration loading. Just got covered.
Yeah. I love when you see like the libraries kind of like work together. All the pieces of your puzzle coming together, so to speak.
Some of the really cool new innovations that we added was this environment-specific configurations. People usually use different names for .env file.
Yeah.
With C12, you can basically define some scope configuration that gets merged to the top layer using the name of your env.
Right. Okay.
One of the examples was this Unstorage configurations. I think this was the reason we introduced the option. Imagine you want to have different mount point for your specific provider. You can use the env to override that kind of configuration.
Yeah. No, this is cool. Yeah. Flexible too. Both the $$ to do it on a key level, both as a specific. Okay. Yes.
No,
I'm delighting in seeing all of this kind of stuff, because these are the kind of problems you come across and you're just like, most of the time when I come across one of these, I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to hack together like the first thing I can think of. And the problem when I do that is, first of all, it only works on Node usually. Like, I didn't consider all the other different platforms. It doesn't do things nicely. It's not parallelizable. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't do hot reloading. I just hack this garbage together, and you kind of like patch it, and it gives me such delight to actually just see, oh well, already thought of this. No, this is
Oh,
very.
by the way, something more exciting is the extends feature. You probably can try it later on, but it's something really powerful, I would say. And it's evolutionary in Nuxt tree, and also how Nitro presets are working is that you can list your application. It's via configuration, but into different sub packages, and
Right.
C2L basically extends them. This is also how Nitro works. So Nitro is basically like a bare minimum framework. We configure it using a layer, which is coming from a C12 configuration for each preset. It's nothing magic. It's just configuration
That's
that gets
awesome.
merged.
Yeah. The extends, yeah. So I mean, my biggest example of using this kind of pattern is like when you're setting up, like, I guess, Jest or TypeScript kind of rules with this extend. And you're saying this works even within third-party packages or modules. Was that what you're saying, like in node modules?
Definitely, we can also publish as a package in node modules.
Okay, I think you sort of answered this before, but let's answer it again. Isn't it a lot of work to separate every aspect of a project, Nitro Nuxt, into a specific package? Maintaining all these packages seems like a really time-consuming task. A lot of them have more configuration build than source files.
Yes, no. No. I mean, it makes life easier at some point. So basically, there is some cost for initiating these projects, basically to think them through. That's what we basically need. So we made extensive amount of tooling for example, unbuild to make it easier to build things. We have so many automations to make them separated. But once we have them, I don't know what was the last time I even looked at C12. It just works. So we make it once. We just don't need to update it frequently anymore. So I think it's the difference of the cost. And something else that it adds is exactly as you mentioned, you have the puzzle pieces thing. When we add everything to the core, we cannot reuse things. We have to copy paste or reinvent the wheel everywhere, even within Nuxt ecosystem. So this kind of separation actually saves time in a longer time. And that's why we invested initially for Nuxt tree to create this separate ecosystem. So yeah, in some sense, it takes time, but in some sense also reduces time for other developers. They can focus on what they are actually building. So in Nuxt, we don't build configuration loader. We basically build what we need there.
Having a little bit of issue with StreamYard at the moment. I was trying to like show some comments, and it was like half fading in. I don't know if you all could see that. Like it was like the ghost. Like I'm gonna turn off the comment, but now it shows up, and then it's gonna fade slowly. Can you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I see some quick comments.
StreamYard is being very weird right now. No, I wanted to highlight that because I thought it was like Legos, right? The building blocks. All right. I guess it's fun time now. We're gonna try to. You're gonna show me Nitro, which is kind of cool because Nitro pulls together a lot of these pieces in something. Let's actually just get started by taking a quick look again. I've kind of pushed off Nitro to the end because it has, I said, a lot of these pieces already under the hood. But Nitro, yeah, I know you explained a bit earlier, but like, why would someone want to use Nitro? What like if like, why would someone pick up this project? Like, what's the goal of someone using Nitro?
So basically, if you want to make any server application for JavaScript and you don't want to use Nuxt for some reason, we can use directly Nitro. Because Nitro over traditional server frameworks, smaller ones like Express or many of them, it's not bare bone. It's a meta framework for making servers, similar to it was a tweet by Anthony that compared that how Vite is compared to builders for meta frameworks. Nitro is the builder for server applications. So it just makes the life easier for you. But more important than that, it makes sure that the server that you are building is not going to be locked in, neither for open source locked in or vendor locked in. Because everything that we write in Nitro applications is considered to be agnostic enough. Also, it provides you batteries in, all the goodies from H3 and configuration loader and the web experience. they are just packed into one meta framework. So it's basically an ideal, I would say, option for making a server application using Node, using JS.
There are some opinions in here too. Like I'm just looking at file system routing, right? Like is this convention? Is this configuration?
Yes, definitely. You can just remove it. Everything in Nitro and Nuxt is configurable. So if you don't like it, just disable it.
Right. So basically, if I understand the approach to Nitro is it's set up with a bunch of good. It takes all these packages, puts them together, and sets them up with like a bunch of good defaults essentially. But every piece is like just don't use it basically.
Yes. Yes, that's one of the main things. Like it basically aggregates all of these goodies together. Also, it has presets for the providers that we constantly are in contact with them to make the configuration right. And believe me, it's not really good, easy task to do because usually their builder API changes over the time. And if you want to directly work with one of the providers, you have to make sure it's updated. While with Nitro, it's basically like a preset. It's already set up for you. There are some more additionals in Nitro, like caching API, which is one of the really powerful things in Nitro. I think caching is something really important for performances of the servers, and usually people don't use it for simple projects because it's hard. How you can implement a cache that is just storing things in a backend and just handling the caching headers and doing all these things for hashing the endpoints because it's one of the hardest things in programming. So basically in Nitro, you have some new composables, cache-driven handler and cached function. Just that. When you use it, every function that is coming is using establish your strategy to be cached. Even it hashes your implementation of the function event handler. So if you change your event handler, all the caches are automatically invalidated. And one of the most important differences between this kind of cache comparing to popular platform caches we have is that after each redeployment, your cache is not going to be removed. You made a good example of memory cache that when you restart your server, it's gone, right?
Yeah.
So we have the same problem today with the different providers like Universal. When you make a new deployment, the caches are gone. And every new request needs a new cache. But because this one is powered by Unstorage layer, everything is connected together. You can have the freedom to store your caches permanently across deployments, and it just works.
Yeah, I was interested about this because every platform has like what ISR and DSG and all that kind of stuff as well with the static like pre-rendering type stuff. Does this play into that, or is this just like a layer above that?
For pre-rendering?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is handling at an event handler level. Yes. But I was like just curious on the side of like page request level,
yes, definitely, because page requests are basically server handlers, right? So you don't even need to use this advanced API. We have something cool called routing. If you open the routing and go to the route rules, it's a little bit down. You see the SWR true? That's all it takes you to support caching. Internally matches, creates scoped handlers for that kind of routes, like /plug, and it applies the caching strategy to them. So if you have a default renderer that is React renderer or Vue renderer in the application, it just works. You don't need to even update the event handler.
Very, very, very cool. A couple questions came in. Oh man, this is just a second. I'm going to be right back, like 20 seconds.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to see if I could. Yes, I fixed it. StreamYard was acting up on us, and I wanted to get our comments back working. Here we go. What's the most exciting feature in Nitro in your opinion?
Alex, I see you. I don't know. I love everything about Nitro, to be honest.
Okay.
I think. Basically the concept that is taking away the provider locked-in, vendor locked-in is if you call it a feature, it's probably one of the main things that it's going to resolve, I would say. But yeah, it's aggregation of the ecosystem, so I cannot just name one of my children to be my favorite one. I love everything.
Okay, fair enough. I could see that. Yeah, something weird happened to the chat as well. I think I lost a bit of it when I refreshed there. Anyways, but we're back in business. Let's take a look here at this is basically, this is a bit of a, how did you put it? Nitro as a meta framework in a box. This is a bit of like, to answer the question I asked earlier, this seems like you'd pick up Nitro if you're in like, I don't want an existing framework kind of mentality where you're like, I don't want Nuxt or Next or SvelteKit. I mean, Nuxt is already like this. So like if you're in Vue, you'd probably just pick up Nuxt. But let's pretend you're in React world or something and you're like, I don't want to use Next. I don't want to use Remix, but I still want a full server rendered solution. You might pick up Nitro and do that. I actually, someone actually asked a question and it's gone now because I lost the part of the chat. They were like, they asked if it was production ready, which stuck out to me. I wanted you to finish talking before I put that on the stream. And yeah, I mean, you can answer that. Is Nitro production ready?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's over 3 years that we are, I think, or even more, we are developing Nitro. So we have tested it through for different scenarios for benchmark as performance side. So yeah, it's pretty much, I would say, production ready right now. Internally, we are making a lot of changes to the whole ecosystem because it's all new to us. Also, new to I would say also platforms with incoming things with like workers. But in perspective of external usage, like for user interface, it's completely stable, I think, for using in production.
Yeah. I mean, the short answer, right, is it's used by Nuxt. It's used by Analog as well. And it's, yeah, I mean, this is something that production frameworks bet on. So I think the answer to that question is definitely. And that's part of what makes it very exciting. Okay, so let's build something. Getting started. Let's do this. I could get started on StackBlitz. I usually always do this locally, but then everyone learns how terrible like my local setup is, and they're all like offering to help me and stuff, which is great. I'm just like, yeah. But yeah, it looks like I can get a starter template right on StackBlitz, which might be our easiest option. There's also pnpm and bund commands, very, very timely. But we have bun bundler here. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. And then there's also, you can get the latest. Okay. So yeah, is the StackBlitz template good? Should I just go with it?
Sure.
Right.
I think there might be some issues with types, but otherwise it should be super stable. And I love StackBlitz. They are doing an amazing job.
Nitro is amazing. There you go. That was fast. I mean, that's a testimony to StackBlitz. It's also testimony to hopefully like Veet's build time and Nitro's build time.
Something cool, maybe you stole my tweet, but just for audience, because we use listhen, there is a QR code up in there, and everyone in the audience now, they can just see what you are typing. They can locally run it, even in their mobile phones, by just opening the QR. It's a little bit up in the terminal.
Oh, what, here? Oh, wow.
That's link. We automatically generated.
So, sorry, what does this do?
This is the QR code of your StackBlitz. Everyone can now join.
Oh,
I've
never used this feature, and truthfully, I'm not even signed in right now, which is funny.
Yeah.
Maybe I should sign in. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, no, actually, I was like waiting for some secret to come up, but it's like, no, I'm already signed in. Okay, good to go. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I've never used this feature, and the QR code, it makes it very convenient. Is this something that only happens in the StackBlitz template, or like?
Locally, you can also use dash tunnel, which like this powered by other UnJS packages. It opens an open tunnel for everyone, powered by Clover.
Okay,
So,
people
yeah,
need the QR code a bit longer. I'm going to have to hide it at some point.
you're recovering. I hope it works. It was really experimental. I think 3 in the morning I had this idea and finished it. So I hope it works.
Oh, 404 not found.
Probably because it's... Is it 404? Have you saved it?
Oh, do I have to save it? Or do you think when I signed in I saved it?
I don't know. Maybe if you refresh, there would be a new URL because the ID changed.
Okay, let's do this again, guys. Sorry.
I hope it works. I'm sorry.
But the thing is, as soon as I change something, it's going to make a new URL, isn't it? Because it's going to like save it.
Yes, it's based on your public URL. So yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I actually have to save it first for it to actually do that. Because what can I do? Because I feel like we're going to get a new URL the second I go in here and do something. Nitro is amazing. ! Save. See?
So this is the
Yeah.
new one, right?
Yeah. Let's give it a second. Okay, now we will have the proper URL that will not change. Hopefully. Oh, I see the TS stuff. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay.
Someone says that's correct.
All right. We did it. We succeeded. We conquered.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm gathering this is what we see when we do the kind of like what I call the bare CLI install, so to speak, like the basic one. We get a project. Let's look at the project here. We have tsconfig, we have package.json, package lock, Nitro config, and index. So this is actually a pretty straightforward thing. Our package literally just installs Nitro pack, and then 2 commands, Nitro dev, Nitro build, and then our Nitro config is empty. This is auto import magic, I'm gathering. Nitro, like, I don't have to import this. It just, or actually, yeah, I don't have to import this. And let's see here. I see. So the import stuff isn't working quite right in StackBlitz, but I can always find that import, right?
Nitro pack. I mistyped.
All right, Nitro pack. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you have
types. Okay. All good. And then index. And index is just a event define
Maybe
event
we can
hen.
also import it from hashtag imports.
Define. Do you think it will quick fix? No. Is it also from...
You can import from S3, but also hashtag imports. I hope it works. So it's a virtual import? Yes, something like that.
Is it... Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Yeah, cool. So basically that's the magic behind auto imports. We have a virtual. So if you don't trust like fully auto imports, we can import them manually like this.
All right. So to begin with, Nitro, 0 configuration out of the box. Index TS is basically just return our response string. So returning the string, it will treat that obviously as HTML. And if I look at this, we'll see that the browser is plenty smart, that it knows how to wrap all our stuff and insert this in the body. That's what it does. Actually, if we actually look at the actual request on the network, we're just going to see... Oh, did I stop it? That was weird. Okay. Let's start it up again. Um,
So because basically we send proper content type, browser can render it properly. And the
right.
content type is the default from H3 when you return a string. It's by default HTML.
This is interesting. I wonder what this is. Local service at runtime
This
JS.
is from StackBlitz.
StackBlitz. Yeah, they didn't know where to put it, so they like snuck it inside the H1 tag.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, fun stuff you learn. Okay, but the cool thing about this is I can probably render whatever the hell I want in here, right? I could. This is default, so is this the file system router already working for me? Like if I went in here and went to the routes and then was like new file, hello.ts, and basically copied this again, and then put this in here, I could also just be like, and actually, if I want to we can do stuff too. We can author in HTML strings.
You know that you support TSX out of the box with Nitro too. So if you have an implementation for TSX, you just have it.
That's helpful. Sorry, href equals hello. What am I doing? This is what happens when you don't have code highlighting. Okay. Yeah, so this alone isn't going to have like HMR, right? Like I refreshed it myself to get it to show up. But hello, hi. Okay. Cool. Oh, interesting. Can I not see? It's interesting. Why am I not seeing the full URL here? This is like my weakness is StackBlitz. That's funny. Because we can always link back. Right. So yeah, there's some libraries out there that are basically like tag template literals is the thing that actually comes to mind for me at the moment. There we go. Home. All right, there we go. Simple server-side routed MPA. We just built an MPA. Okay, sweet. This is my MPA framework of choice now. No, just kidding. Okay, just catching up with chat. It's mostly people telling me things it worked.
You can also quickly go local and showcase the other tunnel thing to people. Also, it's super easy to migrate because there is an export button in StackBlitz. You can quickly export it and start it locally if you want.
I see. What's the tunnel feature that we were going to show off?
You can locally run it, then I can show you.
Okay, fine. Where?
So it's in the left hamburger menu. Yeah, the top right, the close button. Yeah.
Yeah. You tell how. Oh, okay. You can tell how rarely I use that. I get everyone to do reproduction, so I don't have to download the stuff to my computer. All right. Let's find this. I'll just uncompress it in place, and then we'll move this into my dev folder. What do we call this? Rename it to like, I don't know, something like Nitro test. And then move this into here somewhere. Examples. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get this going locally then. Not solid start. New window. Examples, Nitro test. Very cool. I suppose I trust the authors. All right. Here we are. Guess we're using npm. Okay.
That's it.
Just a second. Okay, it's on
You are
18.
right.
No, I'm just my last stream. It just wouldn't. The last two streams, it like wouldn't remember that we were on 18. Like for some weird reason, it kept on switching back to 16, and we had this whole discussion on MVM and stuff. It actually it actually updated properly this time.
Cool.
All right, so locally after install, I want to run tunnel. Okay, what does tunnel do for me?
Yeah, your npm is so yeah, it automatically installs everything for you. You have to just install the tunnel implementation, the binary. It's done.
Oh,
We auto install a huge binary and we configure and do everything.
so I'm just giving everyone access. So how does this actually work? I know
It's
we're
using Cloudflare zero tunnel technology. It's also on Edge, so basically it uses Cloudflare network and it's completely free.
yeah. I mean, I'm honestly just really interested what this does. If I open this up in a web browser, what am I supposed to see?
Do you have any firewall thing?
I wonder if I do. There's a possibility that because
Can you try dash host in your command? Maybe it's a new thing. So
Sorry.
close it and add a tunnel and dash host.
Does it change the link for everyone?
Yes. Can you try the new one? I hope it works.
Yes, it works. That was the thing. Sorry, it's not that one. It's this one.
Cool.
See? MPA. There we go. Beautiful MPA. All right. Now we just got to add the view transition API and we're all set. Okay. Very cool. All right. Just in case people are missing it. All right. Attack Ryan.
I mean, you can try. Nitro is fast. He wouldn't feel anything.
All right. This is fun. Okay. So what this does essentially is people can see the output and try our app as we're doing it. Okay. Cool. So I made a very simple string renderer, but I guess the point here is you could really use this for anything, right? The event handler can, we could define a JSON API, for example. Like, is it like I think I saw in the Nitro docs that there's a convention for this, but I don't have to use that, right? I can just return JSON, really?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Actually,
You can try to make it like a normal function, not so you can have more logic inside it. And as first parameter, we also have event object.
so this all works off default exports, right? So if I just made api.ts, would I just do the same thing and then be like,
Oh, we also have an API directory, so it prefixes API for you.
you have an API directory as well? Does
So,
that? But like, does the API directory do anything special, or is it just?
No, it's just a shortcut. So just make your life easier. It's
Right.
just a shortcut.
But like, if I make something called API TS and then I just return like garbage.
I think you need to add parentheses around it because otherwise it's
Yeah, because it's gonna think it's a function's body, so I have to do this. Yeah,
or
but
just return it.
yeah, okay, but just if APIs. So technically, now that's saved. We go back to the browser, and if I go here and just go to /API.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm a little bit confused what the shorthand like is. I thought this was when I looked at the docs here. I just assumed that this was because someone wanted to put their API folder in an API folder. Like, oh, I see. Instead of putting it in routes, it's an okay.
Yeah, it's particularly useful for meta frameworks like Nuxt, and because they have also normal rendering routes, you usually want to scope everything on this /API. So it's more conventional to have API directory to put everything prefixed inside it. Also, we can do some optimization. For example, for error handling, we could add some JSON error when we need it. So that's just making a more conventional directory to put the API routes.
But like, I mean, just putting it out there, like. This is just like adding a folder to a list of things to look in, because like I could also return markup from /API and
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Always free.
Simple route with parameters. Oh yeah. Okay. What's the okay? So name. Okay. So yeah. So this is a very basic. So if I made like AP. Okay. Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean,
Hello.
I'm like fighting it a little bit, right? I don't have to fight it. I'm just like fighting it because I can. I could move here, and then I could rename this to name. Actually, yes, and actually can I make this more fun? Can I make two things called hello? And then what do I get from my handler? I get the event and then event context params. Okay. Event and then
maybe that's garbage.
yeah. And then I mean I'm just copying your example, right? I mean I could just event.context.
We also have a composable for that. It's called get router param. Basically makes it more readable if you want to use.
Right. What's the type of params? Record string. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. And now, hopefully, although I purposely kind of layered this a bit. If we go to what did I call it? Hello. It's going to give me a page, and if I go to hello / Pooya. All right. Basic stuff, but
honestly, I was a little bit stressed that it doesn't work because sometimes these things are easy to mess up with, but
yeah. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is a basic router. If someone wanted to, I don't know if people are doing like, because doesn't Nuxt do that thing with nested routes? Like if the file is the same name as the folder, it treats it as like a layout kind of thing, and then you pass like the nested router convention. Nuxt has the nested routers, right? Is there? I guess they just use a different router essentially. Basically, if the simple router doesn't do the trick, just bring in your own router, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. It uses a view router behind the scenes, which is kind of more advanced because it's required more advanced use cases, for example, for child route. But we intentionally made it simple, as I mentioned before, using radix tree. The reason that we made it simple was that we could integrate it with the providers, with the caching layers. So it's not only easy for development, but we wanted to make it really compatible with DevOps guys and platforms to optimize the routes. So this way they are more predictable with more limited patterns. And always you can bring your own router indeed. You can create a middleware or something to bring your own router on top.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So you have a convention here with a middleware
Yeah.
folder. Is the way this works is all. I'm just curious. I mean, this is just like I'm sure people like can just drop this and do their own thing or whatever. But how does it know which middleware to apply? Does it just go through the whole list alphabetically, or?
Yes, it goes. So we can prefix them with number. I mean, we basically supported middleware, to be honest, to be compatible with Express. Personally, I would prefer composables all the time because exactly the question comes: what order it runs, which route it's run. So I think there are some common use cases to use middleware like logging, but you can always opt in for composables instead of middleware in Nitro. Also, we have a specific directory called utils. It's auto-imported. So if you create anything in utils, you can auto-import it everywhere instead of middleware.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Here's the execution order thing. Yeah. Just prefix it. Yeah. I mean, simple solution. Yeah. No, I hadn't looked a lot of these details because I have to admit, what I've been playing around with here doesn't use any of this. Storage layer. Again, I think this is just a wrap. This is just Unstorage, isn't it?
Yes, it's pre-configured. It just works.
Lovely. So
also we have a specific mount point. So universally, you have a mount point called data, and data is bound to a file system. So if you want to make a hello world, you don't need to then configure your Nitro. It just works.
Right.
You
So
can always override it.
I notice how you have like Nuxt config versions. Interesting, because Nuxt also exposes Nitro to do stuff. So what you're saying is, if I go in my Nitro config and I don't have to go into it all. If I want, okay, so can we do something here locally right now? Because now we have a simple endpoint that I guess just it's a get, but we could. Like if we wanted to make it a post or whatever, we would just filter. It's fine. Let's not worry about post yet. I just want to set up a key value store and read from it. So, use storage as an instrument using the memory driver. How would I? So by default, it's just going to be there, and once the server starts, it's gonna get created, right? Or how do I set this up? I'm just like.
Oh, okay. So basically, everything in Nitro is lazy loaded, even the routes. So the first time that you use something or hit a route, it's lazy loaded. It's the same for storage. It's a composable, and the first time you use it, it's been using the instance. Also, all the drivers also themselves are lazy initialized. So it's basically the first time that you use them.
Gotcha. So I can just do this somewhere, right? My handler can be async.
Yes.
And then. Okay, so I can do something. I mean, this is going to be really silly, but we're going to go back into our project, and we're going to go to our API route, and I'm actually going to make this a proper async function, and then which means I'm actually going to properly.
I think it's probably yeah.
Exactly. I'm going to actually properly do this. Okay, and then I'm going to. Just sure. Let's go.
If you use data prefix, data prefix, it's permanent. So instead of test, use data.
Okay. So what does the prefix do?
Yeah, data. It's just basically permanent storage. By default, it's in memory, but data is a default built-in mount point. It's just set up for you.
Okay.
So this is going to. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I'm just doing something really I'm just doing something silly here where I'm just okay. So right now there's nothing in here, right? So if I go and just refresh here, we're just gonna see, okay, I should add a space. Yeah, this is just dumb playing around, right? Okay. But if, let's say you go to one of these other routes first. Let's go index first. Let's go async. Because the use, I gotta look back at Nitro docs here, but the use, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna put it in a different route handler. This is like a really, watch the chat get ahead of me now, because they'll like hit the endpoint before I get to like do what I'm trying to do, which is essentially,
You could maybe save the name from hello endpoint and just show the greeting here. That's maybe more practical.
yeah, probably, but it's fine.
Yeah, also the other way.
Data greeting, and I'm gonna make it a string that says, I mean, I'm just being very uninteresting here. Okay, so actually, my biggest, oh, what's this?
That's something, oh, you don't even heard about it. So if you use fetch, $fetch, we also type it with all possible endpoints. It knows the APIs. So if you try in your IDE, just save it. It's saved anyway. So if in your IDE, in one of the routes, you can try it maybe in like index.ts. You can have
2 seconds. I want to first do this, and then I want to go back to this, and then I want to go back to, no, I didn't do it right.
Maybe we can check the data directory. You can see your data is now stored in file system in top, the first directory. So
I spelled it wrong.
Yes,
I spelled it wrong.
Yeah.
This is all because I spelled it wrong. Greeting is right there, but I spelled it wrong in index. I spelled it greeting.
Yeah. Something nice about this file system KV storage is that you can easily debug your things because you can see the data right away.
Yeah, I went too far back using the browser cast. Okay, June back.
Cool.
Yes. Okay, I mean, this is a very simple mutation. It's just me being silly. Yeah, let's look at the endpoint typing. Sorry, I just wanted to finish doing what I was doing, which is this route typing.
So, I mean, at the same time, I'm going to introduce you one of the more powerful things in Nitro is that, when you try to fetch in server side, you always have to provide the full URL, right? You cannot just fetch a relative URL. But Nitro, powered by unenv, has a specific feature. It's called direct SSR calls. So from one event handler, you can fetch another event handler that doesn't even go through the network. And it's just done magically behind the scenes if you use a relative URL. So from index, you can, for example, fetch the contents of response of the name endpoint.
Right. Sorry, I want to address something in chat. Just 2 seconds, it got to me. Why is because all built on CodeGen primitives in UnJS. Is it similar to TanStack router? Are you familiar with it? Not exactly. The file system routing could be this. Told Tanner about on just doing this next thing. You can revert to get the new Yeah. I guess, one of the differences with Tanner's router is it works without CodeGen. Like the types actually, he somehow managed to make it so that like the routes are actually type safe without CodeGen, which is one of the most insane. He's going to CodeGen anyways when if he uses a file system router. So like I guess that if he uses it, it's kind of who cares because people are gonna do it. But what made TanStack router really cool is that like if you just went in a file, defined your router and your routes, and then use them, it completely is fully type safe without any CodeGen, which is a very unique principle. I don't think any typed router out there works with zero CodeGen to the level of what Tanner's doing. Anyway, sorry, it was just a side. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't happy with it, but like he never needed the CodeGen. That was the whole thing. Like the router actually works with, he added CodeGen as like a feature for so people who do file system routing, but one of his oldest demos for it was like literally just defining all his routes in one file, or or just defining it all, and it worked without any CodeGen. DHH secretly, you guys are just like biting at it. Everyone wants to talk TypeScript. Anyways, oh man. Anyways, sorry, we digressed a bit. Sorry. Let's. It was just the conversation kind of went here. But yes. Sorry. Type auto-generated router types. What else do we hear? Imports types. This is the other. I see. These are all those functions. Do these? So you're saying, do these get added as they're used?
Yes. No. They added as you initiate the project because they are available for use.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's fine. And then nitro config.d. Okay.
Yeah, and it's auto type. If you check the main TS config, basically there is nothing inside it. It's the generated one.
Yeah, it's just like. Yeah. And then, yeah, this one. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Very powerful. Yeah, I got to pick your brain about this because it seems like from your experience with Nuxt, a lot of the stuff that Nitro does kind of automatically works in a very specific way because you kind of worked through this sort of problem space in terms of like typed routing or whatnot. So it's like all these pieces are kind of built in. I had Brandon on the stream about a month ago talking about analog, and we didn't quite get this deep into like these kind of aspects of stuff. But this is very cool. Kind of see that, and again, it's just tucked in our little folder in our Nitro build folder. So this is kind of like a this Nitro folder is like kind of like a temporary kind of build folder, and then this is the final output folder that like when I actually like run pm build, it'll end up in here, right?
Yes, precisely.
Gotcha.
And it's fully portable. You can just deploy output without mod modules.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay. So already seeing the power of just having like KV at our fingertips, automate typing. We made a couple silly endpoints here. It's not hard from the picture. You just take this and instead of returning the string, call, basically import render stream from, render to stream from solid.js, render stream, return it. Like this basically, I'm gathering this divine event handler handles a lot of different types of responses. Obviously, we've seen string responses. Can I return like a new response object, like one of these? Like define event handler. It must handle a lot of different types of return types, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I can make custom responses. I can set status codes. I guess a lot of these details are come out of what this event is, right? And all the methods. And if I was looking for docs for that, I would not look at Validbot. I would look at H3, right?
Yes. I just shared you a link for the magic that is behind these direct responses.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. I feel like I've seen this before, but let me look here. Yeah, handler responses. Let's get it.
Basically, when you return something, it goes to this part.
Is it empty? Is it a web response? Send web response. Is it a stream? Send stream. Is it a buffer? Is it a blob? Error. Yeah, okay. So basic kind of serializer setup for response, and then some of these other methods in here, like
That's all H3, basically.
yeah, event handler, and then I was gonna where these methods is so there's an event thing, is web response, send web response, utils. So you have this. If I go up, this is the app, which is the entry to H3, and then if I go here and go to utils, I'm going to see a lot of probably body parsing, cache cookie, proxy request response. Response status, a bunch of helpers. Yeah, okay. So these are those wrappers we talked about where they get the stuff off the events.
Indeed. So eventually, when we get rid of noding completely, we just update internals. You don't need to modify your project source code.
Beautiful. Yeah. Is stream, does it have a pipe method? Yeah. Or a pipe 2, it's a web stream.
That's
Is web stuff. Yeah. Send stream, here we go. This is the interesting stuff. Exposed for worker, some stuff, socket, has pipe 2, return readable stream, pipe 2, writable, right, nice. Node streaming, yeah, so you got full streaming support here, which is nice. You can do stuff. Yeah, very, very nice. Early hints. Nice. Oh, that's lovely. Are you saying that I can just I could just go in and just basically go import early hints and then just set them on a request? Oh.
As platform agnostic.
Very, very nice. For those who aren't familiar, early hints is a way. One of the biggest challenges right now with streaming is that once you flush, you flush. You have to set your status code. You don't get to change your initial response. What early hints let you do is tell the browser to immediately start, preloading stuff, maybe even before you actually respond with the proper status or the proper request. So it lets you load assets earlier. This makes a difference in non-stream solutions, a bigger difference, but it's still a valuable tool to get the preloading of assets happening faster. Anyway, little aside, very, very cool stuff. I keep on discovering all the, just as you go through, you just see this stuff. But yeah, this means, I mean, the simplest way of thinking about early hints is if you get a server request and forget about streaming for a second, pretend you have to fetch data from your database and it takes 400 milliseconds. Well, while you're waiting for that data to come back and for you to render the page, the browser's just sitting there going, okay, I'm going to wait for it. Then the page comes in with all the data all rendered. But the problem is it's only at that point that it can go fetch the JavaScript and the CSS and all the other assets that aren't inlined, because it gets that HTML file, then looks at it and goes, oh, okay. And quite often we set stuff in the head so we can do it as soon as the document starts parsing, right? But you still waited that 400 milliseconds with nothing. Early hints gives us a way to tell the browser to start doing the preload before the document's even been sent across. So very, very cool feature. It's not supported everywhere. It's just cool to see this support where it is supported, which is very cool. Yeah, see, it's just basic format. It's another HTTP setup where early hints, and then you have to put your links and you serialize them as lines instead of as link tags. But honestly, very cool to see. Okay. Little bit of a tangent there, I guess, I suppose. Nitro usage in practice. Okay, let me look at this. Let me look at this example here that you've shared with me.
So yeah, basically that's where Daniel was exacted to. So we, even though we don't support streaming yet, we send early hints for Nuxt based on this utility. But
yeah,
it's available for everyone.
It is very cool. Yeah. I remember the Remix guys also very excited about this initially because they weren't a big fan of streaming. Streaming has this really awkward bit that most libraries are designed to hydrate all at once, or basically like they expect the data to be there at the time you hydrate. And a lot of like SSR libraries, like CSS and JS libraries, or like, you know, head meta libraries, they expect to be able to do the full rendering before they serialize what they need into the head. So you got this real awkward tension where you have these libraries on the server that expect to do their thing at the end when everything is done, and you have these libraries in the client that expect everything to be there before they start. Yeah. And the result is, if you just left them to be like that, streaming would basically be a cool visual effect, but you wouldn't actually be able to, you know, hydrate anything early or, you know, do anything. So,
but you know something? Can I add a cool tip to the equation? Imagine if you can hash your pages even for 0 seconds for just once. So if you have like a concurrency of 100 requests per second, and the responses are basically the same. If you enable the caching using route rules or any other strategy, the first request cannot be streamed, right? Because all the libraries aren't compatible. But the rest of them in this concurrency, all of them can be streamed. So the users would leverage from it.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. I mean, HTTP itself is stream format. I was just thinking, I'm trying to think of like, I'm trying to think of this situation, because when you say stream, do you mean like the finished result, or the
exactly? We cache the SSR response HTML1 once, and for 99% of requests we can stream them. So it's just the cost for the first person.
Right. And yeah, that is actually kind of interesting thing in general, because that first cost is a large part of where all the optimization goes in, because caching coming in after the fact ends up being the thing. That's why personalization is such a big problem space, especially in places like e-commerce where they rely on that cache speed to get their SEO. It matters more than the actual speed of the framework. But that first hit, you know, the cold start, the first render, that always ends up, you know, eventually being the thing that people, you know, spend an absorbent amount of time optimizing for, even if it's not like the 95% case or whatever. Depends on how dynamic the content is. Okay, let's catch up with chat here for a moment. Does it support JSX? Yeah, we talked about that. It does support JSX. You can just give it a factory because the TypeScript will just work. What are we seeing here? Okay, when we start talking about all the issues that this approach has. Which approach? Oh, early hints or streaming? I did talk about all the issues streaming has. I think Parasocial, you might have to be a little bit more specific of which issue. All right. Okay. Trying to think. I don't think there's anything else I actually want to demo on the Nitro side of things. I think I got a grasp on the basics. I think it's a good time to start asking any specific questions to Pooya, so we can actually let him go and not keep him here all afternoon. So yeah, we got some people talking about Nuxt. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions how many questions I actually missed. Yeah, actually, the first one's a great one. How late is it for you?
I was going to answer it 11, but I usually sleep late, so it's early night, I think. Because I heard that I have to do some bug fixes on Nuxt, probably.
Okay. So I'm not keeping you too late?
No,
okay.
Not at all. I'm really enjoying this talk, to be honest. And myself, I'm excited.
Good. Yeah, I was just scrolling up on the chat, trying to see if I could, because part of the time I was actually like just skipping over some of the questions because I was trying to keep topic on thing. Here's a funny one. it was about the router. They're like, could theoretically Nitro power Next.js app directory and page directory? I thought this was a like. I think the answer. I think this is way back when we were talking about like how you could just make your own custom router and pass it in. So I guess that's a yes, probably.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you can also pass full instance of Express, for example, as handler in Nitro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I ever showed this on stream, but there's this project that Nikhil Serif has been working on that's built on top of Nitro, and he does almost exactly that. It was based on Bun app, and I'm gonna get Nikhil to come in and talk about Vinci in the future, but essentially, he actually has like in the same project built on Nitro. Basically Vinci is a file system router kind of built on top of Vite and Nitro that's configurable and does the specific bundling pieces that you need for stuff like React Server components or like server functions or solid islands or all that kind of stuff. And he basically generates the route stuff that then he feeds into the Nitro config. And essentially, he has applications, I kid you not, that literally have a client rendered solid app and a RSC folder like in the same project side by side. Some of the routes go to the solid single page apps. Some routes go to the React Server components demo, all powered Nitro, same deploy, same thing. So this is why I pulled out this question, because it's actually very relevant to Nikhil's work. And I think you'll be talking about that work coming up actually at ViteConf. So yeah, this is a very cool project that kind of, we'll have Nikhil on again and talk about this kind of stuff. But yeah, Nitro is able to power this. Instead of using, this is an example of Nitro's flexibility. Instead of using the built-in file routing, he was like, okay, I want to do a completely different thing. I want to use something that uses, say, solid starts conventions and something else that uses Next.js's conventions and stick them side by side in the same project and have them all work on top of Nitro.
Yeah, to be honest, it's feeling so nice that we are opening up to the community and just, helping other React developers leverage the same things that we built. I think that was finally our goal, and I'm super glad these projects are popping out. And I think we should spoil more. But for ViteConf, I think we have so many nice things that are going to be announced.
Yeah, no, that's excited. Yeah, especially people, talking about. I think Nitro is going to come up in more than a few talks. What's next for you and Nitro? Where are we going to next? You talked about a few projects, they're interesting that you kind of, may have leaked on the stream, but in general, what's next?
Well, in general, I have some like generic development experience tools that I wanted to invest on. I shared the link to x.run, which is one of the projects I think it's over 2 years I have been thinking about. It's something I think would make your life much easier. You can't spoil more, but for basically just having a local development environment, I believe that life should be easier. You shouldn't install like 10 packages to just run a local development environment. That's something I'm really excited about. I'm learning a new language for that, basically.
So is it this X run? What is this?
Yeah, that's the game for now. You can play the game until we release it.
Okay.
Because I was excited about it. In Nitro side, I think WebSockets are one of the big things that are coming very soon. We are working on a generic feature called Nitro Tasks. It's basically one on and off task runner. You can use it for DB migrations and things like that. But yeah, there are so many small stuff that we are going to improve the ecosystem instead of introducing more and more packages.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, so this just keeps on going, and we should. Yeah, I was going to leave for this week in JavaScript, but we should talk, because I got you here. We should talk a little bit about ViteConf. I already mentioned it already, but you're speaking at ViteConf, correct?
Yes, I probably have a quick speak during VidConf. I probably spoiled one thing I didn't mention today. It's a new format preset for Nitro, but it's going to be amazing, especially for people that want to self-host their applications. It's going to be helping them a lot. That's something I'm going to announce. But also, as you mentioned, there are more Nitro-related talks, which I won't spoil, but I'm so excited for them.
Right. Yeah, I saw you up here, so I was like, oh, okay. They don't have any details on the talks yet up. Um, Actually, the pre-recordings are due tomorrow, right? I just got mine in yesterday. I'm probably the first. Last year they did the same thing. They put the due dates on, and then I like actually submitted mine on the due date like 2 hours before the deadline, and they're like, Ryan, you're the first one we got, and I was like, oh.
Oh my God, really? I mean, it's fine to be last minute doing things, but it's interesting. It was the first
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
first developer. It's
I
really
got an
confusing.
email that says your talk is due in 8 days, like a week ago. Yeah, other VConf speakers being like, what? Yeah, who else is talking at this one? Jessica, who's in our chat. Who else is there? We a lot of great people here. Evan Yu, Tom Preston Werner from Redwood. I mean, Brandon, who's also in our chat today. Fred K. Scott from Astro. Daniel Rowe, we've talked about. Eric Sims from StackBlitz. Just, yeah, so too many people. Anthony Fu. And representation from like all the different frameworks here, right? We got Nuxt, Astro, Solid, Analog, Redwood, React. Kent C. Dodds. React was kind of less represented. I guess there's Rakis last year, but we've got Kent C. Dodds, so he's still very close to the remix guys, even though he's not like part of the team anymore. We got Minko Angular, Bun, Jared Sumner, Quick, yeah, another Redwood one, Ben McCann from Svelte. What else do we got here? Theo. We like, oh, awesome talk from Sarah. She does docs at Astro. I'm super interested in that topic. Marco. I mean, I'm just skipping over. There's so many people. Elm. There we go. What do we got? Tori. Like everything is covered. Oh, there's Rakis here. Yeah, Nikhil. As I said, he'll be probably talking a bit about Vinci. So yeah, this is going to be an event. VConf was so fun the last year, and the pre-recorded format actually made it really run like clockwork. They do such a good job ahead of time to make sure everything kind of just like runs smoothly. That yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because for a while there, after when the pandemic was going on, I was like, oh, I'd love to go to like an in-person event, and they are great in a different way. But the pre-recording, it's like a different art. When you make talks for pre-recorded events, you can play into it a bit, right? You can like draw stuff on the screen, or if you want to, or you can like do a little video editing or stuff. I think it'd be really cool if someone like really got into it like that. I'm not very talented at those abilities, so I did what I could, but still pretty much a typical slide style talk. But I think it's really cool what you can do with this format, and great group across the whole ecosystem. I think that's what's cool about Vite. It brings everyone together. Does Remix support Vite now? I don't know. There was. It's kind of like a bit of a funny story, but somebody, I forget who it was on Remix's case about not doing HMR, and I forget, some like in some GitHub issue was like, oh, we don't really need HMR, it has bugs or whatever. And then we find out later that like Ryan Florence actually does was doing HMR in Remix. He actually was like putting up a Vite server beside the Remix server and had them both running side by side. It's like it was funny anyway. Yeah, this is stacked. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is going to be a good time. So you're saying you're only doing you're doing like a lightning talk? Anyway, I think we're pretty good here. The chats, the chat has not produced any more questions. I was hoping to give them a chance, but yeah, I'm very excited for VConf. That's when we're all gonna come together again. Coming up, it's October 5th and 6th, I believe. Though if they run it the same as last year, that means it's like a 12-hour format, where it basically runs from start to finish, and then runs again. Like it's like they did 12 hours of talks and they just backed it and repeated it again online, so that all time zones could get it. Anyway, before I let you go and I move on to this week in JavaScript and some other stuff, any shoutouts you want to give, Pooya?
I don't know. I think it was a really good cover today.
Yeah, no, we talked about a lot of
I
stuff.
hope it was useful.
Yeah, very useful for me, and I can imagine even more useful for people who haven't seen this stuff before. It's definitely very cool to see all the pieces, that you built kind of all work together so nicely. I'm very much looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm going to talk about it a bit more, probably details. But one last thing before I let you go. One of the reasons of my big interest in Nitro, and it's one of the things that I think people have been paying attention are probably already aware of because I've talked about it. But the Vinci project that Nikhil's been building that allows for these file system routers to play well together in different bundler configs to do stuff like server components in Vite or islands routing type stuff in Vite, is serving is doing really. We've been experimenting with it in Solid Start as a rebase. I know we were looking at Astro before, and Astro is very capable of doing what we need. The challenge there was we ended up disabling a bunch of Astro features to get Solid Start to work. We were kind of playing around their stuff, and over time we might have also, got to a place where everybody could play nicely. But in the meanwhile, we wanted to look at some different options, and looking at Nitro and this UnJS ecosystem, it became very clear that this had all the pieces that we wanted, basically out of the box, just asking to be used. So we have been working on a new beta for Solid Start built on a Nitro foundation. Yeah, this is the first time talking about it. I figured you all get a sneak preview of me talking about it. This is the topic at my VConf talk that I just finished recording. But knowing our community of enthusiasts, there was no keeping this one under the rug for very long. Yeah, at this time, to be fair, a lot of the work that I did to generalize Solid Start so it'd work on any adapter format kind of applies here too in terms of our thinking. But this is a pretty what we were able to do with Nitro here and with what Nikhil's been working on with Vinci is just it just makes a lot of sense. I absolutely love Astro and the Astro team. They've been incredibly supportive, and we've been working a lot together. Recently, I was just did a PR on the Solid renderer for after the Astro 3 release. We hit some bugs on stream, if you remember, and I actually went in and PR'd the Astro renderer to fix them. So still very much big fan. People should use Astro with Solid. It's a great combination. But as the platform for solid start, I'd say that's on hold indefinitely. To be fair, we could probably take the same agnostic parts and just swap the underpinnings if it made sense, because of how layered this approach is. But in terms of where as we've seen today, UnJS and Nitro is an incredible platform.
I think that's really exciting news, and I think everyone is excited here. Yeah, to be honest, I am glad that we are joining the forces this way, and I hope we can also somehow help Astro at some point to gather more forces together. But
yeah, I basically, where was I going to show? I made an issue here that some of you, I'm going to dump this in chat. So, again, this is why I wanted to mention this, because I already kind of did a semi-public announcement for people in the know about this. And I was talking about, with this change, it is about rebasing the Nitro adapters in Vinci, but it's part of a refactor that will allow us to basically fix some of the fundamental architectural issues that we've had with Start. And I go through each one point by point in here. In fact, I'm probably going to talk about this. I was going to talk about it right after you got off the stream, but I thought I would announce it at least high level while you were still with us, so we could, celebrate, so to speak. Yeah, I'm going to answer all these questions, and I'll explain in 2 seconds. I don't know if we want to keep Pooya for much longer. I just wanted to have him here when I announced it. So, anyway, we can continue this discussion afterwards. Thank you for joining us today. I think very exciting stuff. I think everyone would agree.
of course, it was a pleasure to join with you and talk with you. And I hope what best happens. We can also have another talk maybe later on pair programming, so that when you was more in that stuff, we can actually work on some projects. It was so exciting for me tonight, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I think there's a lot of not hidden, but there's knowledge that comes from your work in Nuxt and with UnJS to know how to best leverage it, where we're still kind of like figuring out best patterns, so we could still learn a lot from you. So I'm looking forward to those future conversations. Thank you so much. All right.
And have a nice rest of the day. Bye.
Yes. See ya. All right. So let's talk about this. All right. Because people are asking about Bling and stuff, and as I said, my VConf is going to be like the polished official announcement. But I've already getting people in the know on the dev, because we have to plan for this stuff. And once I don't feel there's any point hiding this stuff, because I want to get people involved. I want people to be working on the right stuff, and us talk about this, right? So I don't want to wait a month till the VConf comes out. I want to talk about this now. Yeah, so the first question is Bling also on hold? No activity on that repo for several months and no mention of it in beta 2. Okay. We learned a lot from Bling, and my understanding, well, actually, let's open up the Bling repo and see where it's at, because Tanner was just talking about the other day. What Bling represents, I don't think goes away. Let's see, Bling GitHub, Tanstack Bling. I see what you're saying. One of the challenges with Bling that we had with Bling was that while this is very, very, very powerful, it's a compiler trick. So I do mention Bling while I don't mention Bling directly in the solid start issue here, it is very much related to 7 here, because the challenge with the compiler based approach, and the truth is we kind of need two approaches to this. Is a compiler-based approach transforms what's local, right? So it's like transforms what's in front of you. So if it sees a server function, it goes, okay, I need to hoist that and I need to register it, essentially, or like don't include it. But it basically just uses its local knowledge to do something. If it's a client component, like an island or something, it'll be like, okay, I need to know that this island is its own entry point, etc. But it was handling that through like a lazy import convention kind of thing. The challenge is these local compilation pieces don't make the ideal solution in this zone because, for example, picture you have a server function that you use and define inside a lazy loaded component. If you don't hit that component on the server, like you don't import it, then you never register that code. And if someone in the client navigates to that location, they will find the client version. They'll try and call an endpoint that was never registered. So like you're kind of left in this weird place with like, what do I do? Like not have lazy loading on the server? No, I mean, that's not, like we did that for the routes to a certain degree, but in general, this is not a good pattern. The bundler has to be aware, and you almost have to pull the server functions completely out, not just as a compiler trick, but as a bundler entry. You have to understand that like you have to go search for all of them and actually make them a separate entry point. Similarly, for islands, having each one as a separate lazy load thing is fine, but then you load like hundreds of chunks, if depending on the size of your app. Where wouldn't it make sense if if you have a client component that has other islands in it, like client components in it all the way down, you don't need a separate module for each one of those. Again, it's a graph problem. It's based on the bundler. You want to say like these components are all part of the same tree chunk and put them together. So a local compiled solution will never solve this completely. It's useful as part of it. Basically Bling is like the compiler front end for the bundler problem that we don't solve in solid start and we don't solve in Bling. You need both together to actually have the full solution. Otherwise it just like it's only half of it. And today Bling and solid start are only half of it. Nikhil and Vinci has been building the other side, the bundler side, the thing that works, same in React server components as it works for solid islands or whatever. The choice of syntax, whether we use server $, or use server or use client, that's the compiler bit. That's the part that Bling brings to the picture. So we've learned a lot through our process working on Bling to the point that and solid start before that, which Bling was based off of. But we need both pieces together. So the question, what me and Nikhil have been talking about and with Tanner was, can we generalize the bundling part? Like, the compiler part's fine, but we're not sure if we can generalize the bundler part. So this is the challenge for Bling, because what Bling does, we could just reincorporate it with the bundler part, but as a separate module that's generalizable, it's a little bit trickier. Hopefully that makes sense. So in general, Tanner is still very much aligned with, there was a tweet where people were asking about stuff, and Tanner's still very much aligned with what we're doing. We're still working with Tanner. So like, we're still building out that future framework base that Tanner can use for TanStack, that we can use for Solid Start. We're still all in the same loop, building stuff. This version is the best version we've had yet, right? We had the basic idea of Solid Start. We then tried, to do Bling, tried to do stuff with Astro. This new version with Nitro and Vinci actually succeeds at some of those architectural things, actually addresses problems like client-only mode not working because of the bundler is now part of the equation. Yeah, it's actually really cool what Vinci accomplishes. Like he literally has did I post a link for it already? He literally has like a Next.js style router Like it's just configuration in terms of what routing. We could like have SvelteKit if you want a bunch of pluses. Like routing is just a file system routing is just a configuration detail, like what exports are special, all that kind of stuff. He basically has a mode where you can choose whether you care about the export at build time, at runtime, basically you can choose by configuration how to do the analysis and basically configure the rules on how, how to implement, say, solids route data pattern or get server-side procs. That's just a configuration object, option. So yeah, basically, I mean, if you really want to know, just look at the PRs in the solid start repo where people start fixing issues I was having on the Astro branch, and they all involve like, okay, make Astro not do this, stop, break MD. But if you read between the lines, it was all like, break MDX in Astro, break this in Astro, break this in Astro. And I was just like, why are we breaking stuff in Astro if we want to like use Astro? It was basically hiding it anyways, which is kind of unfortunate. So I know this is a shift because we publicly, I mean, we said we were exploring the possibility. I spent during conference time building out these prototypes and stuff and got things in a pretty decent place, other than as I said, this is a very tough decision, especially because of other people had to kind of convince me a little bit and talk me into other options, because I was essentially just trying to will this to happen on the Astro side because I'm such a big fan of Astro and its position in the ecosystem. I was pushing this myself probably harder than anyone else, even Astro guys themselves. Like when I talked to Fred and I was like, the Astro's got a plan for how they want to approach this stuff in the future and how to approach stuff. And I was like sitting there trying to pitch completely off the cuff ideas like app directories and things, like ways of like supporting meta frameworks inside Astro and all this. And it just wasn't like, no, there was no buyers, so to speak. No one. It would be an interesting project, but it's not like I was probably the most enthusiastic person for making Solid Start work on Astro. I think resetting my expectations and looking there in terms of like what the technology is available, the stuff with UnJS and Nitro make a ton of sense. I don't know what this means. But yeah, I mean, we're going to continue working on Start. My talk goes into more details, but the big win here, like when I did the Astro conversion, we just kept the same Vite plugin and kind of pushed it through Astro and then changed the build step. This Vinci rewrite is a little bit more significant with Nitro and everything, but like the end result is amazing. We're not done yet, but like right now we're sending about 1,200 lines of code to over 30 files versus if you go and Solid Start repo right now, it's like 10,700 lines of code across 150 files. We're like 1/10 the code for maintenance costs. I'm very excited for like what this will mean for us to actually be able to maintain this moving forward and having like, all these pieces, production ready pieces, well-tested pieces as a foundation. Oh, Astrophysics. I mean, the thing is, we did implement MDX in Solid Start. That's what the docs were done in. Our problem was the docs broke because Solid's transform for MDX was different. So if you actually look, there's a PR again for fixing Solid's docs involved breaking Astro's MDX support. Like, this is kind of thing. To be fair, Astro's solution for MDX is better than ours. I'm pretty sure in general, but I need to keep up on the discussion. I do want people to come here and give their opinions and talk about this stuff, because I think we've had some struggles here to maintain this with the team of volunteers that we have working on this, and I needed to look at what would get the project to 1.0 in a way that lets us continue to expand and experiment. I think one of the biggest challenges is there was some conversation where people were talking about like Vite plugin SSR, for example. And Vite plugin SSR is very opinionated about the router. They want to control these pieces. And someone's like, oh, I can move start to the Vite plugin SSR in a couple of weeks. But the problem is it ties our hands for where we want to go. We think routing is one of the most crucial pieces for experimentation development. That's why like a lot of the funding for Chrome for the R&D side is all around routing, actually, and data serialization. And like the pieces that a lot of these meta framework builders do for you, even Nitro out of the box kind of does it for you. We needed to go a level lower, and Nitro just made it so easy just to get rid of that stuff. So I think this kind of has to be understood when you think balance between getting 1.0 out and getting like still being open to be able to accomplish the stuff we want to accomplish. Because the truth of the matter is, I'm still very excited by what Solid Start represents, like what we can do with this API. I've spent a lot of time looking at other meta frameworks to understand the details. And while we might not have the smooth DX of, say, something like Nuxt yet, I'm convinced that mechanically the model we're working on will give us the ability to do stuff that that we really haven't seen in other frameworks, in terms of making that kind of isomorphic universal feeling application, right, in a way that's extensible. To be fair, I haven't gone into Nuxt as much. I think Nuxt is, from what I'm understanding, is very extensible. But I think that we're really focusing on being minimal versus where, say, Nuxt is. And I think that is a bit of like puts the razor's edge on things, which gives us a lot of power. And I think this is how we best leverage these things so we can, showcase that power. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky balance. I actually don't care about a lot of levels. When people come to me and tell me that they're, they need an ISR change on the adapter, I just like merge it and hope that it works. Like I just care about, the level, at a different point in the tree. Like, what is a meta framework, right? I don't know. It's kind of like a bunch of layers, right? Like I would say, like, maybe like, I can't remember if I've drawn this before, but I feel like we've, oh, you know what, actually, I'm just gonna show you guys one slide from vconf. Essentially, meta framework is really the router, like the opinionated data fetching, the route resolution, all that stuff, not the server router, not the file system router, but like the like handling of the anchor tags, client router kind of mentality, sitting on top of a framework, like a render framework like React or Solid, sitting on top of a bundler configuration thing, like this is where the Bling and the Vinci comes in, that sits on top of a server runtime. And I layered it this way because I think it goes from most opinionated to least opinionated. I think the router ends up being the most opinionated part. So if you think about it this way, then like this lets, like in terms of attacking this, it was just a matter of thinking about like what's my responsibility and what's someone else's responsibility. So just like I drew the line here. So Solid only cares about really what's above the line. If the bundler can give us a generic solution for, you know, handling server functions or all those pieces, server runtimes like Nitro or whatever behind this, I only need to worry about the render framework. I'm not even talking about the meta framework. I'm talking about the render framework and the router. Basically, you know, something like Solid Start almost disappears in the ether from that point. Most of the features are going to that are in there are going to fall into framework or router, which is, you know, Solid.js router and the framework Solid.js. So like this is why this is a huge win. What's left for Start is just configuration and wiring all this stuff together. So that's the thinking here. I don't actually need full control of everything. I just need to make sure that there's clear responsibility. See, that's why I'm not really building a meta framework. If we succeed at what I'm talking about here, like, let me go back to this issue here. Solid, where is it? Yeah, if we succeed, picture if this was your entry point into Solid Start right here. Like here's your root or app tsx, right? There's a server entry with some document stuff, who cares? But this was your entry point right here. If this was your entry point, okay, and it worked for CSR, worked for server components, worked for whatever. Look what's here. The router's here, the meta provider. If you could just switch out the router or the meta provider, as long as the file routes are injectable. See, look what comes from Solid Start. The file routes come from Solid Start. Nothing else comes from Solid Start. If Start goes, oh, here's the JSON for your file routes, insert it into the router of your choice, then the meta framework it's not a meta framework. It's nothing. It's just a starter template. Like one day we could build this in such a way that we like the CLI and the templates repo that's Solid today is just the Solid Start templates. Like basically Solid Start is not even a mono repo. It's literally just the one package of config that kind of serves as like the base code that you pull into our templates. And then the docs or whatever. Like I called it Solid Start, which some people make fun of because of the baby food or whatever. Not because I was trying to build like a Redwood or something. I was trying to build a starter that was as minimal yet powerful, so that people felt that they could do their own thing. Like so, it's not like a framework. But the first time I saw ORJ devs like create JD app, like, you know, their RT3 thing, the fact that you can build something like T3 on it, Solid Start, so easily, that's where the power is. People can go build frameworks. I just needed to show people how to wire it together in a way that you could just like get started out of the box. SSR was not out of your reach. You do not need a Next.js or a Remix or a meta framework to use Solid.js. Even if you do server rendering or server components or whatever, not necessary. And that requires spending a bit of time to figure out where the proper ownership and responsibility falls. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We're ready for this week in JavaScript. I know that was a bit of a bomb. Watch my vconf talk where I will give the more polished version of what I'm talking about here. But this is I've been trying stuff the last month or two. I didn't want to get too excited to talk about this yet because I want to make sure that it was the right decision. I really, really, really love Astro. Like you guys don't understand how much. But I needed to kind of get us unlocked, and part of this, required trusting in the core team of volunteers and contributors that we have working on Solid, trusting in the work that Nikhil's been doing and Alexis has been doing. So like this is what makes sense for not just mechanically, it makes sense for the community, it makes sense for like the people working on it. We've got a few big projects right now with the Milo's work on Solid 2.0 and the Start stuff that like they just, I know what work has to be done. We just have to like get it out there, and it a lot of the stuff addresses a lot of these kind of like where the lines on the boundaries weren't drawn quite right. We had the right idea. We just, our first shot at it, the pieces weren't aligned quite right. And I feel like with these next couple releases, they will be. And what I'm pretty stoked about mostly is this doesn't feel like when there's a time in the past where I didn't know the solution. I was spending a lot of time like working through stuff and going like, how do I ever solve this thing? How do we ever figure out how to, accomplish this? We'll try it and do trial and error, like for example, if I was going to attack resumability, it'd be that kind of process. I actually think most of the questions are answered. We just have to implement it. So this it just can't come soon enough. That's kind of the scenario we're in. Astro still love me. Of course, Astro loves me and loves us. No, Astro is great. We have a great relationship with Astro. That doesn't change. Like as I said. I do recommend watching my stream with Matthew Phillips if you haven't checked it out. The stuff that Astro is working on right now is very exciting and very game-changing. But see, with Solid Start, we weren't going to be leveraging any of that anyway. Like, we're just kind of like two really good friends that we're like trying to... This happens a lot in our thing where we're like, we should figure out a way that we can work together and, leverage stuff because we really, really want to. I've had this happen so many times. And then it's like... There's those rare occasions where it works out, but a lot of the times it's just like you're at different stages in different places. Like, not every time does it work out like Tanner and us, where we're like in the exact same place at the same time, right? I mean, the thing is, it's the layers, right? Like, Solid Start was so that I could have a solid, like, client only, can basically just do the solid thing throughout. But every time we make improvements to Solid, like Solid 2.0 stuff, maybe this resumable hydration approach, or every time we make improvements to the core Solid, the Astro Solid story gets better, right? Right? So, like, there's just... While the meta framework part is kind of like, two sides of the same coin kind of situation where you're kind of like, maybe that's not the right metaphor, but like, where like, you might go, okay, I'm more content heavy, I'm going to use Astro. I'm more app heavy, I'm going to use Solid Start. The shared pieces are still incredibly valuable on both sides as we optimize, because there are those islands, there are those interactive pieces, and Solid's primitive approach, on those fundamentals work really well with Astro. All right. Let's get ready for this week in JavaScript, okay? Let me close up a few things here. Because I know everyone just loves talking about TypeScript. Not saying that's what we're gonna do the whole time. Like, I'm thinking, I should turn off my Nitro app. I'm just gonna be like streaming that app to everyone forever. This week in TypeScript, skip it. Yeah, no, I honestly, I'm like not the TypeScript spokesperson, so it's like, it's kind of one of those funny things where, I don't know. I guess we'll talk about it. Let's see what we got here. Just catching up on some messages here. Let's go here. Is there much? I already did the big solid news. I don't know if there was much to share from the solid side. Let me see here. Yeah, when was our last stream? Yeah, our last stream was right after Alexis got the grant. So I think I already talked about that. Maybe I didn't. Okay, let's just start there, just in case I didn't. And then just a second. Sounds like I got a lot of noise in the background. I think the kids are talking to their grandparents on the video call. Let's look at my bookmarks. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh yeah, I didn't stream last week. No wonder I didn't do any of this stuff. Okay, yeah, we got double window. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. What's 2 weeks go back to? 2 weeks would have been the first, and then yeah, I just did the .media thing, so then it would have been like. Okay, cool. You can hear the first FS Jam, yeah, like them running down the hall. We try our best. 2 weeks adds 3 hours of content. No. All right. Okay, let's get this going. All right. And talk about this week in JavaScript. And yeah, there's been a lot going on. There's obviously, some people talking about TypeScript, but before we get into that, I just want to talk about a couple little other smaller topics, perhaps. First of all, I want to congratulate Alexis. As you know, does a lot of work for Solid ecosystem. He does worked on Solid Refresh. That was his thing. Serial, which is Solid serializer, he wrote. He's been working on the Chrome Aurora project stuff on Solid Start. So we've been looking at streaming serialization. We've been looking at performance benchmark, basically getting the real version of our island router server components type thing going. So very awesome to see him getting recognized. He got a $1,000 grant, it looks like, from Futo for his work on Solid Headless, one of Solid's many component libraries. So very cool to see. All right. Yeah, I love this Tejas quote. It's true. I'm pretty convinced Astro build with solid JS Islands is the best way to build web apps at the present. It is for stuff where the state preservation isn't. Well, I guess you don't need to use View Transition API, but like, yeah, I mean the signals being built into Solid, giving you the automatic. I mean, nano stores are great, but it's all part of the framework. So you just need those two pieces. You don't need a third state library. You just have Astro. You just have Solid. Bang. Super powerful. A lot of love for Astro. This is coming out the Astro release week. Very, very, very cool stuff. Job offers in France. We don't get the most job offers. Usually there's a new job offer post that I'm aware of, maybe once every couple months, month or two. They'll come in bursts. There'll be like 3 positions or this. We're not, I'm sure there's more out there, but like the ones that come to my attention are far and few. But it's cool to see international solid hiring going on. So, it starts somewhere. Obviously, this is what Tech Twitter is for. Okay, I think we're done with the solid bookmarks. Let's go back this way, because we can go back a little bit. Yeah. First TypeScript topic. There is a TypeScript documentary coming out pretty soon, September 21st, actually. A lot of very knowledgeable people around TypeScript were involved and talked about how, it's impacted them. I was also interviewed for this one as well, for some reason. It's kind of funny. I think Theo recommended me. He's like, oh, you should talk to Ryan. He has an interesting opinion about TypeScript. Mostly, they took the good parts out, but I've struggled with TypeScript a lot, as people know. I got a job offer literally with Solid Start. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I didn't take it. Yeah, well, at least it's a start. Yeah, obviously Astro 3 came out, and we did the preview sneak peek of it before it came out to look at the technology. Really cool that it's like a one-liner, and you're like, pretty much every existing Astro site out there might just make this change just simply for like that little bit of smoothness, and it's like, it's a one-liner. It's if you like in your head pretend you still just have an MPA and just do that, this is just instant win. I think it gets more complex if you are trying to build like, this is like an app framework, like a replacement for RSCs, but honestly, this just instantly made every Astro site probably feel just like a tiny bit better in that, like, that way that it's, I think it's going to open it. I think there's a whole category of sites where people were on the fence, where this now it's just a no-brainer. I think even simple content sites where there's like more media content, this could work actually really quite well. So, yeah, I think Astro 3 is a very big deal in this space. Astro's been blowing up about it, rightly so. There's been a lot of attention. They have a ton of followers on Twitter. I remember for the longest time, Astro and Solid were lockstep, but Astro 3 is a big deal. But it also opened up a lot of confusion and a lot of questions, right? Because I think this is a pretty fair question. I'm glad people are talking about this. They're like, what is the difference between Astro's islands, Solid's islands, Remix's full stack components, server components in Next? And I don't think many people actually know the answer. It's kind of like asking people what's the difference between a server rendered single page app and an MPA. A lot of people do not get that right. They just assume that, oh, well, it's server rendered, so it's an MPA. Well, not really. So, yeah, what is a full stack? This was a fun one. This is from a Kent C. Dodds article, which I like it. It's a good pattern. He's talking about, this is actually kind of what I was doing when I designed Solid's router, 4 or 5 years ago. I was always hoisting the data fetching up to the route, but then I was breaking it back in. I was trying to remake GraphQL fragments, essentially. So each component would have its data fetching mechanism and defined, and then it would do its mutations locally. And what this would do is let me split my code into these kind of modules that had the information about what the data requirements were in each piece. And obviously Remix's case, it's actually like server only kind of mentality, but this is kind of what I originally saw when I designed the router for Solid those years ago. So it's a cool pattern. The only thing is it is actually just the same as every single page app. Like ultimately what you get out of it is the same as any single page app you've looked at for the last decade. It doesn't fundamentally change the architecture the way that islands or React server components do. In any case, I don't know if I have to get too much into my response to this one, but I'm glad people are asking questions. It's just like we talked about this a lot in the previous stream about the difference between islands and RSCs and how both of them are very different than what we do in like Next 12 or page directory and like SvelteKit and normal start and all that stuff. We're at a transition point between these things. So it is definitely good that people start asking the tough questions. I have an article coming out next week that answers this. I haven't put the graphics in yet, but you can see it in the dashboards. Islands, server components, and resumability, oh my, where I actually explain the differences and the challenges, not challenges, but the mentality behind all of these things. So look forward to that coming out next week. For my first article in months, I'm pretty stoked about this one. Anyway. Nah, that's old news. The bubble stuff was what we were working on before. It just that I was trying to push the press release for that one, the Signal, like a couple weeks ago. But yeah, Bubble and Solid have been working a lot together on a reactivity system. That's what Milo's work is based on. We think we've solved async in signals, which is really cool. What's Bubble? It's a company that uses Solid, but they also have their own reactivity system, so that they work together. I'm trying to remember. Bubble. I'm not going to get the. This is their reactivity library, which, as you can see, Milo is a big implementer of. But Bubble Group. Maybe I can get to their Bubble.io. Here we go. It's like a low code, no code kind of. Building tech is slow. So the Bubble is no code platform for creating digital products and build faster. And basically, they needed something like Solid reactivity to get the performance that they want on like updates and stuff. So, these guys are big reactivity guys, and they have their own reactive system. But we've been merging the effort with Solid. Milo's research into reactivity in JavaScript is pretty much state of the art at this point. I personally have enjoyed his, as many of you know, we talked about a couple weeks ago with Anthony when we were going over Redwood. Towards the end, we were talking about the signals in the browser standard. Milo joined the last meeting, and you could tell his knowledge in the area is exceeds pretty much most of the room. So like he's a force to be reckoned with his research, and I'm can only wait to see how much further this goes. Yeah, see, what's your thought about the resume model? Yeah, one question: did I ask for Svelte or Solid or React or SvelteKit or Solid? Yeah, I mean, this is really, those kind of questions are really hard because everyone's trying to like bring the sides together so that the gaps are smaller. Like back in the day, Astro would be like, use Next.js, for this other use case. I feel like that should mostly still be the recommendation, but every release, the zone, the area that these frameworks take up is growing, and they overlap more significantly, which makes it harder. It means competition's also stiffer too. I love times like this because this is what we do best with Solid. We thread the needle to find the best way to optimize optimize the important pieces to get the mechanical optimizations like for the benefits, like for performance, but also at the same time keep the DX good, right? That's like the razor's edge we walk on, and I love it. when we're in this situation, because that's usually where I get to play. As I said, that's when my Magic the Gathering metagaming side comes out, where I very carefully look at how to weigh the different pieces to kind of strategically move around specific strategies. Anyway. I mean, oh man, StreamYard is being slow again. I was going to say, come on, it's just like not coming out properly. Yeah, if you got a single page app type stuff, I think we're a good choice. I think our router could be better here. I want to work more with Tanner and see what we can do on the client side routing side. I think TanStack's router with Solid's conventions and work for Solid specifically, like optimized for Solid, would be basically the best solution for single page apps, like not close for anything that's dashboard, admin, analytics, anything of that side. We kill it at that. And there's no reason why we shouldn't have the router that fits with that, so to speak. We've seen this with AG Grid, like significant improvements over React. Like the React version, you can actually see it glitch, like even when they try and do all the optimizations that they do. Like this is just why you use Solid. I've been trying to generalize everything, which is kind of counterintuitive of building up on the specific single page app stuff. But once we know we have the right foundations, we can do that building. Yeah, so yeah, Solid and Next are more in the app lane, definitely. Yeah, and to be fair, you can use TanStack query with us. Anyways, let's keep on going. Sorry, StreamYard's being really terrible with the comments. Like they show up when I hide them and hide when they show, and I can't. Yeah, it's brutal. This is the first time I've had it be so glitchy on me. Anyway. All right, let's keep on going. Yeah, they got a pretty good clip for me for the TypeScript documentary, but I realize now that I like this after I realized the context. So let's actually jump to the actual context of this whole thing. Let's go here. Yeah, we're done with Solid news. Yeah, okay. Actually, one more thing before the TypeScript. One more thing. I thought this was an interesting post from Aiden. We had him on stream talking about Million.js. If you're a fan of Million.js, I would definitely, I definitely read this post. It is really a post in length, but essentially what he was saying is people, and I think I myself have included in this, pointed to that. He's like, will React forget kill Million.js? And it's mostly that he's like saying that rendering versus reconciliation, right? That React forget helps React render less, but it doesn't actually help reconciliation be faster. So Million helps reconciliation be faster, but doesn't help React render less. So he was basically saying that putting them together would basically just be a really nice union because you get both benefits. I think this is probably a good position to be in for like the next 4-ish years probably. I think one of the challenges is if React gets to a point that their compiler is like, React could have had a faster reconciler like 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? They had Dominic there from Inferno. Inferno is a much faster reconciler. But they chose a different approach because they wanted to optimize their concurrent rendering, and basically there was elements of what Inferno did that didn't make sense. My concern is that any third party that hopes to optimize on reconciliation at some point down the road, not immediately, not React Forget itself, will get to a point where React basically wants control of that piece and basically will try and might make it difficult for others to get in. Because like, if anything, React Forget is showing that React wants to control more, right? Back in the day, React was just JavaScript. React Forget is like React is now Svelte or something, right? They're basically trying to control the execution within the component. I would not be surprised with Forget that if they, once they get that working, to actually break subcomponent boundaries, right? Like if components aren't rerunning again anymore, then why would you bother with the same update model, so to speak? Like this is just the launching point of a whole slew of optimizations that they'll probably be looking at. And I think no one knows this, but I think it might be a lot more challenging to get in the middle of them in reconciliation when they decide that they want to, I don't know, do something crazy, parallelize part of the JSX rendering within a single component or something. Who knows what? Like, what they're saying is reconciliation occurs after render. The virtual DOM takes the vnodes and diffs to figure out how to change real DOM. So from that side, React's not touching anything right now, but I do. Basically, the challenge with this always is, and I can't say that they will do that, but at a certain point, if React decides that they want to build a more optimal reconciler, like they will kind of deal, which is good for React and obviously good for everyone. If it, basically Aiden will have succeeded at what he set out to do if they actually do that. So I think from the perspective of Millions, it's like you're kind of hedging that they won't, but if they do, everyone wins anyways. So I think there's nothing wrong with that per se. It's just like, I think the conversation around Forget isn't Forget itself, but the implications of what React would think they could do in that scenario. Because, I mean, yes, Forget and Millions solve different problems, but the problem, do you know why I think that this will come up immediately? Is because React's been selling everyone that Forget is going to solve all their problems, right? And when it makes what it'll do is it'll make the DX nicer. When it makes the DX nicer, where you don't have to worry about component re-renders and stuff, it's like more optimal. And it will help the performance of some really poorly re-rendered applications, probably. So there'll be benefits, but it's not the kind of performance that's going to show up in benchmarks. No one's going to like go, oh, I've React Forget, it's faster, and they're not going to load it into a JavaScript benchmark and then suddenly get results. And they're going to look at it and go, you guys told me this was going to be faster, but it's now slower than Svelte, Vue, Solid, which are, Svelte 5, Vue Vapor, like all these approaches that are, right at the front of, say, the JS framework benchmark, right? Because everybody else is basically kept switching their technology to be the same as Solids. So now we're all the same. We're all the fastest, right? So it's like the gap is only actually growing, and that gap doesn't matter. But for the silly, like when I've had people come to me when they test performance. I've told the story before, and they like basically go, look, Solid's really fast, and they show updating a text node in they have a div, and then they have like some text in, and they just like update it as many times a second or whatever they can update it. That's the kind of stupid test people do. Or they look at the paint or the JS time in the browser when they perform an action, and they look at like how deep the stack traces are, and these are the things that React Forget probably isn't actually going to solve. So like the visible easy wins, which aren't like I think there's value in non-blocking and the concurrency and like these other pieces, auto memoization. Like, but people kind of like concurrent mode aren't going to probably be able to observe it. They're not going to notice the speed up, and all their simple ways of measuring aren't going to get it, which means that it's going to, unless the DX wins people, but see, people aren't asking React for better DX at this point. They're like going like, please give me performance or something. Unless it actually succeeds in some kind of performance type thing, people are going to see it as a bit of a failure, perhaps, which means even if it's like a mixed thing, because I mean, it's a big trade-off to change from React being just JavaScript to being basically Svelte. They're going to like this, something here is probably going to be the logical way to get it like a quick win. So yeah, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, someone's calling it here. They'll hire Aiden to work on React. Maybe. I mean, the truth of the matter is this mechanism for rendering existed, 2-3 years before Million came out. And honestly, I'm pretty sure something very similar to this is what Dominic Ganaway showed internally at Meta 7 years ago. Like, I don't think it was exactly the same, but very similar idea, because Dom always said, yeah, VDOM, the way I think about it is the holes. And if you understand that metaphor, he was basically talking about a block VDOM. And he joined the React team in 2016. Basically, he was there going, okay, we can do block DOM, and it was like block DOM versus concurrent rendering, concurrent mode. And the team chose concurrent mode over block DOM 7 years ago. I think they know how to implement it. I just think they're intentionally not implementing it. Part of it also comes to the difference between creation versus re-render. This is something very important to the React team. And like, because I was saying this is how we optimize in Solid, and Dan went like completely off saying like, this is what React solved. I think they think that approaches like this to optimize are basically like, in principle, just the wrong thing to do. So from that side, Million might be safe because the React team, it's kind of similar to what they think about signals, right? It's like a philosophical thing. So from that perspective, the challenge is that if React gets in the way of it, like with signals, they basically told everyone, don't use the pre-act signals package in React with that special H function, because there's no guarantee it'll work in the future. They don't like you messing with the reconciliation side. Yeah, and now he's on Svelte, adding signals and fine-grained updates to Svelte. So we're talking about Dominic. It's kind of crazy when you think about, how many frameworks work the way Solid did, 6 years ago, or I guess 7 years ago when I got started, and how many frameworks are going to work like Solid next year, or in the future, thinking even Angular is trying to get more fine-grained. So like it's a very weird place to be, to not have the like Google or Meta backing to like have that power force of like developers and like to push it in the marketing, but to know that basically every JavaScript framework is now built on the same technology that the library popularized. Yeah, he was working on it. Dominic basically built React Forget version. Like before he joined Svelte team, he basically was like, hey, React team, here's React with signals doing fine-grained updates. And then he ended up going to Svelte after that because I for various reasons that didn't fly. Anyway. Oh, God, it's so annoying. StreamYard like having these ghost comments. Okay, it'll disappear. All right. I think we're ready for the TypeScript conversation. Is everyone ready for the TypeScript conversation? All those people who stayed. Honestly, if I was watching this stream, this is probably where I'd leave. I'd be like, oh, I don't want to hear about this for the nth time. But let's look at this article. Why not? I actually haven't read the article. I've just seen so many people talk about it. So I just want to understand. Okay, TypeScript has been a big success for Microsoft, sure. Okay, seen those people sparkle with joy, blah, blah, blah. I've never been a fan. Not after 5 minutes, not after giving it 5 years. I agree. I am in the same boat as DHH here. I have never been a fan. Okay. How long have I been using TypeScript? Yeah, it's been about 5 years, so I'm just like him. With great pleasure, I can announce we're dropping TypeScript. What? Okay. Fact is, I rather like JavaScript. I like JavaScript as well. I'd go as far as say it's my second favorite language after Ruby. Okay. As I said, DHH, closet CoffeeScript fan. Yes, a distant second, but a second nonetheless. This wasn't always the case, but after we got proper classes in JavaScript, yeah, honest and flowed through ES6, become real joy to write. Okay. Don't think JavaScript is suitable for the server, which is perfectly fair perspective to have. Definitely. It's unfortunate that it can never be as optimal from like an isomorphic hydration side otherwise, but I can respect that. TypeScript just gets in the way for me. It's interesting though, because TypeScript on the server is actually quite nice. Compile step. I guess that's why he doesn't like it. I guess he doesn't use it on the server. But you have to, because it pollutes the code with type gymnastics that add ever so little joy to my development experience. Okay, sure. He doesn't like it. I have to agree with him here. I don't enjoy TypeScript either. Things that easily become hard, become any. No thanks, yeah. Okay. Full credit to TypeScript gang for realizing the full takeover was never going to happen, so complete compatibility had to be baked in from the start. Just because Turbo 8 is dropping TypeScript doesn't mean you can't write your client code in it or use any other library that enjoys it. The mix match was wonderful. Okay. See, I don't see anything controversial here. But I want to understand what he means by dropping TypeScript. This is the controversial part. So he's dropping it from the library, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is weird. I mean, this is weird on two accounts. Because, like, okay. Are there external types still? Like you as a consumer get types, right? The reason that I'm asking about this is that that ghost on the they got rid of them. There are no consumer types. Oh, that's okay. That's just stupid. I agree with everything he said. If I open up projects, I often I'm like, I don't want to use TypeScript. I like pain in the, but on the other hand, would you removing types from the library has two problems. Okay. Removing it for contributors is, I'd say, misguided because you want to, like, it makes people color in the lines better, right? It's kind of like the ultimate linting tool. So it's like, I think there's a lot of benefit from having a library that's managed in TypeScript. I do see a trade-off there where it's like Solid Start, I kind of didn't want to do a lot, like there's a lot of runtime stuff, there's a lot of stuff, like I kind of didn't like doing the TypeScript as much for it. But, I patch with JSDoc where it makes sense, the end. But external types is non-negotiable. I mean, why would you just... He says you can still use the library with your TypeScript, but do you just like write your own types, star any it, keep them in the thing? Like, the library's got to have types, otherwise, like, what are you doing? Right? Like, I may dislike TypeScript and agree with everything he said in that post, but this is just stupid. Like, why? It's like here, community, let me, kick you in the balls, like, This is like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Removing types from your own code is clownish, epically misguided behavior. Yeah. But forever to each their own. Removing types from a library that other people have to use, however, is just user hostile dickwatery. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's literally like going around and telling all your users to get in a line so you can kick them in the balls one at a time. Just, yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the first half, but the second half, like there's just different use cases. I can dislike TypeScript as much as I want, but like this is, yeah, I feel like he must be doing some kind of publicity stunt or something, because I don't even, I mean, some of DHH stuff is controversial, but I always feel like there's like a business angle to it, because otherwise this just seems like just moronic, like it's not even like questionably so. Yeah, I mean, this makes more sense why people were talking about this.
It just seemed obvious that it was like my responsibility as a library writer to embrace TypeScript, because a little work on my side and every one of my users could benefit. So Solid, almost from when it was first open sourced, has been built on TypeScript.
Exactly.
Same obvious.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I saw somewhere someone said he was releasing a new product. Like maybe this is how he gets attention for product releases. He does something like that is like unquestionably stupid, so everyone can compile on and be like, "Why are you so dumb, DHH?" Right? And then he's like, "Come check out my new version of what was it? What was their stupid email client? Yo or something? No. Hello? I can't. Yeah, it's almost certainly a marketing stunt. Yeah, because it's like, hey, it's hey. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like, yeah, I it's the only thing that makes sense, because like no one. It's like he's probably like taking plays out of like the Elon Musk playbook, where you like, as I said, yeah. Oh, when I say I don't like TypeScript, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna refresh my page one more time. It's just pissing me off again. One sec. Oh, I lost my sound when I came back, eh? Oh, sorry. I've been like gone for like 3 minutes, haven't I? Okay, let me try answering this question. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. I was going through my notifications trying to find my answer to this question. But the gist of it was TypeScript isn't perfect, and it's okay that it's not perfect because, JavaScript is a weird language. So knowing that, sometimes I just don't like fighting it because I'm like, it's a hint. It's a better linter. And if I'm gonna have to work a bunch to fight it, it's just not worth it. I'll try and be as strict as I can be for code that needs to be used by other people. But I'm in a position where outside of my library work, I don't actually have to use it for other people a lot. Like most of the code I do is either library, which everyone uses, which should always be TypeScript, or it's like prototypes and demos and stuff like that, which in those cases I don't feel like using it most of the time. The challenge is that because TypeScript is flawed, it gets a little bit annoying when dealing with like what I'd call TypeScript fans or purists, because it's like they never recognize that TypeScript's flawed because it like undermines their like sense of reality. So it kind of adds this kind of extra layer to it, because it's like if you try and treat TypeScript as more than a linter and like as the truth, well, it's going to fail on you, right? There's things that it can't handle that JavaScript can handle. So like, it's kind of like the stuff that led Solid to having those like type narrowed control flows. Like it's basically an impossible problem to solve. And in the end, you probably should just use the non-null operator and move on with your day, or, set up some kind of type guard where you need to. But instead, we're going to jump through like a dozen hoops just to like make it kind of not work, like it works well enough, except, there's edge cases. Like basically it's impossible for TypeScript to do things. So we can cater to it the best we can. But the fact that you have to like write extra stuff to get it to obey you is just something that I could never really stand behind, right? Like it would be crazy for a library not to have types, but I mean, I think we'd just be in a much better place if everyone just acknowledges how flawed TypeScript is. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. I was like talking the whole time too, you guys. I gave a longer explanation of that. Also, Turbo's not a library. To primary, it's like HTMX without extensively. There are other project stimulants that have types. Oh, okay. Well, I mean that changes things a little bit, right? Because the scenario here is like Rich removed a lot of TypeScript from Svelte for JS docs. Like he didn't want to deal with the compile stuff, build stuff, but everything in Svelte is still typed, right? And especially for external users, it's definitely typed. I think from a contributor standpoint, it's not great, but it's not this, if there's no external API that people interface with, then like it's just sloppy. But I mean, then I guess from a marketing standpoint, he's got there. Thing is, I think at a certain popularity, it's not about how trustworthy the project is, because like people will stand behind DHH stuff regardless. So like people just sit there to kind of see what happens. So I think he's actually perfectly fine doing this if this is just a marketing move. I mean it's dumb, but as I said, so is a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, again, internal stuff, right? Well, do you know what the problem? The problem is that JavaScript can express stuff that was used intentionally in many cases in ways that other type languages like don't allow. So it's like it's like if I was using C#, then I would use C# and I'd accept it. But I'm using JavaScript. Accepting this is part of DHH's argument. Like JavaScript is kind of, even with its works, kind of beautiful in the stuff that doesn't work with types properly because it doesn't work with types. Like JavaScript was created as like back in the day, everything was typed. And then JavaScript and these like Ruby-ish kind of looser, like these scripting type languages kind of came out as a pushback against it. Like we wanted more dynamicism in our coding and be able to do more, like easier, kind of like less rigid stuff. And that's what makes JavaScript great. So it's the fact that it's kind of impossible to close the gap. It's perfectly fine that we want types now. JavaScript is used everywhere. It's not just like this scripting language. So like, it's good that we have TypeScript. We should use it. I'm just saying it's like, as long as you understand that it's not JavaScript, that it's a subset of JavaScript, not a superset, then you're like, again, you're fine. Just, this is the kind of thing that TS people will never generally acknowledge though. Like, as I said, I think it's what we need. It's like, I think it's good, but I also think that you have to acknowledge that it's like imperfect in a way that in some cases is irreconcilable. So like, don't even try. You can't write them still in templates? I thought they fixed that kind of stuff. Well, JSX. Yeah, I mean, I am sold on that people should be using TypeScript, and use it at your job. Use it for any code that anyone else uses. Definitely use it for your library if it's open source. You want people to contribute to it. Definitely give people types. Like TypeScript is one. This is not debatable. It's just like, I can personally agree with a lot of the feelings that DHH has. You don't, except for publicity, you don't do this. Yeah, I mean, people like hot takes, right? But basically, TypeScript is incredibly helpful and also pretty fundamentally flawed, right? People get dogmatic about these things, yeah. People talk about the fact that, like, didn't DHH create Ruby? And yeah. So, this is a topic. It's all good. I don't know if I have much more to say with this. If you go through this, you'll see tons of people quote tweeting quote tweets, code accessible. Yeah, this is a great tweet from Rich, though. Yeah, I mean, it is just, yeah. I don't know if this is actually the case with Turbo, as we talked about, but yeah. This is the best take, by the way. Okay, let's see what we got, Parasocial. All right. Remove DHH for code of conduct violations. Oh man. Well, I mean, it worked. People are heated. DHH closed the issue. This issue probably needs more attention. Only 6 thumbs up so far. I don't know. I'm not involved in the community, so I don't have much to say, but that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, there will be at some point a pushback probably, but we're very much on the type retro phase, right? Everyone rejoiced that JavaScript in these languages didn't have types in the 90s, paid the price through the 90s and the 2000s. By the time 2010 came out, it was like enough is enough. There's got to be something else, but I think it's going to take about another decade. But 2030, we can talk about what comes next. Oh, they block thumbs up. Yeah, this is just like, so I guess the original issue just shows like how overwhelmingly negative the opinion is on here. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, let's keep on going. Lisp returns. Maybe I'm an optimist. I don't know. Or does that make me a pessimist? I'm not sure. Okay. A couple more things. We already talked about vcomp. Check it out. Amazing. I'm pretty stoked about this one because I know the people personally on this, but Sunil is one of those personalities that you really got to experience firsthand to really, fully appreciate. He's just a genuinely great guy who has really good energy, and is kind but honest at just the right kind of level. He one of my favorite things was back when I was looking at Cloudflare for a while, and he basically was trying to convince me to join the Cloudflare team, and he was like, look, it's one of those situations, again, I was talking about passing ships, where it's like, you want these opportunities to work with people, and you're like, it would be amazing if, we're at the right place in the right time, right? Obviously, I ended up going to Netlify, working on Solid and open source, but he was like, look, I'm working on Wrangler 2. I love it. What I did was, when I was using Wrangler 2, using Wrangler, was so frustrated that I needed to fix it. So I applied for Cloudflare just so I could rewrite Wrangler so I could be like less annoyed with it. He basically joined Cloudflare, and he's like, that's why I'm here. These things come and go, project to project, just it's about like being there at a moment in time and making things happen. He's like, come join us. We're doing really exciting stuff. And he's like, he basically made a joke, but I don't know if he was serious, but he shipped Wrangler 2, the CLI, and then he put in his papers, he resigned basically the following week. Like, he came to do what he said he was going to do. And I don't know, I just love that about him, and it's like very representative of his personality. Anyway, he started a startup for doing real-time stuff. I was at Future Front Ends Finland, and they did a demo where they're doing some like drawing thing with all this like real-time interactive stuff. And I spent the whole 30 minutes of his talk, even though it was like very interesting, just playing with this drawing app, like doing shading and different kind of texturing. I was super into it, but what I'm getting at is that he's pulled together an amazing team of people for PartyKit, and I wish him every success. I love the slogan too. Everything's better with friends, right? It's about real time, like WebSocket style, like communication with interactive applications. But yeah, Sylvia Vargas, as many of you know, worked at StackBlitz, and we got Yanni as well, around a lot of stuff around the React ecosystem, and AI company he's been working on the last few years. This is a great team, and I got to hang out with them in Finland, and I actually somehow ended up at one of their team kind of dinners that they they footed the bill for. So again, thank you, Sunil. But yeah, just a great group of people building something really exciting. So I wish them the best. All right. Funny. Yeah, Sunil did work on the React core team for a while as well. And what else we got here? So that's big news. What other big news? Oh, yeah, Bun 1.0. Somehow this got overshadowed by the TypeScript conversation. And that's a real shame because this has been coming for the last little while. We've known it. Jared is a machine. I'm excited to try this now that it's 1.0. To be fair, I looked at some of those early beta. I think I pulled down. I had some issue and then I just gave up. You know me, I'm not very tech savvy sometimes on the configuration stuff. I have low patience. But it's 1.0. I don't know how they make that judgment. Jared's kind of a madman. Even when we were like trying to figure out, when he was going to open source it, it was unclear. I wasn't sure what the criteria was, why that was a moment, but it doesn't matter. Bun does amazing things. Very, very cool. He goes over the whole thing in this article where he talks about how Bun's a bundler, transpiler, package manager. Basically, it does all the pieces. It's kind of like what Rome Plus was meant to be, and it's all written in Zig. It's super fast. It's really quite incredible what he and the team have accomplished. He has support now for all the full stack frameworks. He's got Solid Start now. You can run that in Bun. I haven't tried this yet, but we were talking about it. As I said, Vinci, which I talked about earlier in the stream, was inspired by Bun app. Basically, it's that app level built on Bun's bundler. That's what Vinci is. It's a JavaScript port of it. So this is just, yeah. Where he puts his focus on performance, nothing touches it. I remember, as I said, I just don't bet against this guy, because when it comes to these kind of things, he's going to always just throw in. But yeah, what do we got? ESM and Common.js compatibility, web APIs, hot reloading, plugins. Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things is how he has to juggle Bun-specific optimized versions with Node compat, because everyone is getting to a point where they kind of want to build towards a common standard, but some of those APIs are just they're slow because of the API shape. Jared's complained a lot about this over various channels, where I remember talking about the streaming stuff. He's like, it's just the design of the API and how extensible it is in Node makes it very hard to optimize. So I think Bun has a lot of its own APIs built in so that it can have better performance, but it's a challenge of the standard falling around Node largely, even with stuff like WinterCG. So it's an interesting piece, because maybe at some point when Bun gets to a certain level of adoption, people can just make the move, right? I mean, it's just fast at a lot of things. Sure, these are benchmark fast. We were talking about this earlier, where I was saying benchmarks are, but benchmark fast is usually the things that people can just observe very easily. So it does make a difference when you can just go and test something and just feel that speed. Ultimately, is it as big of a jump over some of its competitors? Hard to say, but it definitely tests well. So, yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you just wonder why Webpack's even still here. Native build. See, he never stops, eh? Bun provides native builds for macOS and Linux, Windows. So now, yeah. Congrats, Jared. I know you've worked very hard on this. Very, very, very cool stuff. Yeah, he didn't actually highlight it here. If you were using Bun before 1.0, there's a few changes since Bun 0.1. Basically, Solid missed 0.8 as well. He didn't put Solid Start in here, but we got released also in between this shift. So yeah, apparently you can go use Solid Start with Bun. So exciting. Yes, I remember. I said back then, I think that might have been not the smartest use of resources. Dino already has like a second mover, but like first person to change the thing advantage. But yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Especially for things like, what I was getting at is like Dino and Bun did a lot of benchmark comparisons where each were faster at certain operations in certain scenarios. And I think like I talked a lot with Luca, and I think like logically speaking, some of the decisions that Dino made that might have made it slower, and some of these benchmarks made more sense for an application architecture. But like it wasn't like Bun wasn't faster than Node and right up there anyway. So it's like it was just one of those things where it's like Bun is especially good at benchmarks. I didn't see this. What is the Next.js Vite stuff? Did I miss the Next.js Vite stuff? What is this? How did I miss? What am I looking for here? Someone share a link. No, what am I doing? Vite. I was thinking of it because Vite and Solid have that same _JS. Is he trolling? Oh, I see what he's yeah. Yeah. Because we're talking about bundling. Yeah, because I mean, they wouldn't use Vite anyways because they have Turbo Pack or whatever, and I'm not convinced that the React how should I put it? I'm not convinced that the React ecosystem, like certain key players, are very much into Vite because of the Vue background. You know, like it came out of the Vue ecosystem. I mean, I'm happy. VComp this year has Kent C. Dodds, as I said. React was not very represented. I've actually kind of used that in my past in my talks where I can get away with being a little bit more inflammatory towards React generally, just because of the audience. But oh, how to upgrade from Vite to Next? That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's funny. Let's see if I can grab that. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw Nexels. I never fully appreciated Vite until I used Next.js. Honestly, the approach that the Vue community has done with like the Vite, Nitro, UnJS kind of stuff it's tricky because sometimes the proprietary solution, or not even proprietary, but like the popular solution, but that's not as reproducible, usually ends up winning because, you know, like Next built it and it's their thing. But this might be a case where we can really bring up the bottom bar, right? Because the way I see this is all part of a bigger narrative to say that meta frameworks aren't necessary. Like aren't. It's more like our definition of frameworks are shifting rather than that. like you need to use Next.js. That's where I'm at least. I think with tools like Vite, you know, that's possible. Yeah, I mean, React is the most popular framework. It would be most agnostic projects. The React should be the highest, unless it's like a weirdly disproportional thing. Like I've heard in the past that in Astros, Solid and React numbers are a lot closer than you'd expect. But like, I think that, yeah, okay, Lee Rob. Is this the other piece of it? Oh, okay, here it is. Moving from a Vite app, you can see client-side React app. Okay, I mean, this is a fair position. It's like, how do you, I mean, I was critical of this. Right now, people are trying to move from client-side only apps to Next, and they just don't know how to get there. So I think this is fair, but let's see what did Evan have to say about this. They removed their CRA to Next Guide. That's interesting. I wonder why. See, I feel like there'd be a lot of people still in CRA. Or you can switch to a meta framework built on top of Vite, get the SSR benefits, and still enjoy VTX. Did he get ratioed? He so did. Well, Evan. Well, anyway. Yeah, this is the middle of like the David and Goliath story. It's just, this is the problem when you have the most popular, like if all the most popular solutions across the different categories all align, there's like more people are gonna want to like tear it down. Yeah, it's kind of interesting being in the like the eye of that storm. Anyway, yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's more of what I would expect, right? To be fair, that's only what is that, 8x versus like 2000x or whatever our regular solid downloads are. Right. Called it an upgrade. Yeah. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, it's all good. It's just another blip on the old JavaScript radar. Anyway, I think we're good for today. I don't know what I'm streaming next week yet. I know that I got some guests coming up that I'm pretty excited about, but I haven't actually locked anything in for next week. So we'll see how it goes. I've been working on a lot of stuff, so maybe some good content, but to kind of get into. But I've been in presentation mode the last week, getting ready for VConf. So it's like I need a little bit more time to do some actual programming. So anyway, I next week, do we doing Tailwind drama? Possibly. Okay, what's this? Oh, did he write a response? Oh, okay. Sorry. TypeScript drama not quite over. 1 second. Last thing. See? I'm like out of the loop. There you go. See, I was trying to do something this week and instead. All right. You're like, obviously he did, right? Yeah. Part 2. All right, so attributors are for virtue of their favorite paradigms. Yeah. Mostly I look at people with passionate preference and smile. It isn't great that people care so much about their craft that they volunteer to extol the benefits of their least favorite tools. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Now, yeah, active contributors, users of the framework. Yeah, those people have legitimate concern. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So he actually, that's good press. Theo and Rich got mentions. Oh, wow. Adding TypeScript back. Pull request for deleting the repo considerably. The variety. TypeScript is JavaScript. Sprinkles the appearance of type safety. You can see. Yeah. It is funny though, because with Rich being one of the people to say this, if you know about Rich and what Svelte's done with types and stuff, you can actually like. It's not. He's trying to point this out as being like TypeScript purists or whatever, like zealots. But the truth of the matter is, no. Like even people who dislike TypeScript to a certain degree, this is kind of not a smart move. It's fine. I think in time, maybe he'll realize that. Maybe not. So what was Theo's PR? Adding back TypeScript? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, this is how you get in the middle of things. Oh, man. I mean, reading this makes it sound like it wasn't a publicity stunt. He just really doesn't get it. No. All right. It's all good. Okay. I think I've seen enough. You all have a good weekend. I will as well. See you all next week. All right. Bye.